Hello, and welcome to Mythos and Logos, a city that existed before pottery, before writing, before metal, before agriculture was more than an idea whispered between gathering bands. A city that rose when humanity was supposedly still wandering, still following herds, still living season to season with nothing permanent, nothing planned beyond the next moon. By every reasonable measure, such a city should not exist. The timeline is wrong, the technology absent, the social organization impossibly complex for people who had barely stopped moving. And yet, in a sun-scorched valley, where the Jordan River dreams of the Dead Sea, the ruins of this impossible city have been rising from the earth for more than a century, confounding every assumption about when and how and why we stopped wandering and started staying. Tonight, we travel to Jericho. Not the Jericho of tumbling walls and trumpet blasts, though that story will find us too. Not the Jericho of any single moment, but the Jericho of 10,000 years, of 400 generations, of the longest continuously inhabited spot on Earth. We will stand in houses built when mammoths still walked, trace walls erected by people who had never seen a wheel, and contemplate skulls tenderly plastered with the faces of the dead. We will watch humanity learn to stay in one place, and we will ask what that staying cost and what it gave. Before we get started, I'd really appreciate your like and subscription if you enjoy what you see here. It's the primary way I know to keep creating. Thank you so much for that support. I also find it fascinating to connect with viewers worldwide, so please drop a comment with where you're tuning in from and your local time. As the present fades to whispers, we find ourselves transported to the lowest place on Earth, to an oasis where a spring has flowed for hundreds of centuries, where the oldest walls known to humanity still stand in silent testimony to the moment everything changed. The tell rises from the Jordan Valley floor like a promise half remembered. If you did not know what you were looking at, you might mistake it for a natural hill, one more rumple in the landscape, where the valley narrows and the desert presses close. But there is something deliberate about its shape, something too regular in the way it swells upward from the flatness around it. This is Tel es-Sultan, the Mound of the Sultan, though it has worn other names across the centuries. In Arabic, in Hebrew, in Aramaic and Greek and Latin before that, people have called this place Jericho, or something very like it. The names change, but the mound remains, patient and enormous, holding its secrets in layers of compacted earth and broken stone. A tell, you should know, is a specific kind of archaeological site. It is not simply an ancient place, but an ancient place that has been occupied again and again, each generation building atop the ruins of the last, each civilization using the rubble of its predecessors as foundation for its own ambitions. Over centuries, over millennia, the ground level rises. The city climbs toward the sky on the backs of its former selves. What you see when you approach a tell is not a single moment in time, but all moments pressed together, collapsed into a man-made hill that contains entire worlds in its cross-section. Tel es-Sultan rises perhaps 20 meters above the surrounding plain. That may not sound impressive until you consider what it means. Every meter represents centuries, sometimes millennia. Every layer is a city, a community, a collection of human lives lived and ended. The mound covers roughly 4 hectares, which translates to about 10 acres if you think in those terms. Picture 4 or 5 city blocks, raised 20 meters in the air, and you begin to grasp the scale. But scale alone does not capture what this place is. You could measure every tell in the ancient Near East and catalogue their heights and widths, and still you would miss the essential truth. Some places matter more than their dimensions suggest. From the top of the tell, if you stand there on a morning when the air is still cool and the sun has not yet turned the valley into an oven, you can see why this spot was chosen. To the west, the hills of Judea rise abrupt and barren, all stone and scree climbing toward Jerusalem. To the east, beyond the thread of the Jordan River, the mountains of Moab shimmer in the distance, equally harsh, equally beautiful in their severity. North and south, the valley stretches flat and fertile where water reaches, brutal where it does not. This is the geography of extremes, of blistering summers and mild winters, of abundance and scarcity existing side by side. But beneath your feet, if you stand atop Tell Sultan, lies something more valuable than the view. Just at the base of the mound, emerging from the earth as it has emerged for 10,000 years or more, the spring flows. Clear water, cool water, endless water. In this climate, in this landscape, water is not merely life, it is the possibility of life. It is the difference between moving on tomorrow and staying forever. The spring made Jericho inevitable. The spring of Jericho, the Arabs call it Ain es Sultan, the Sultan's spring. Before that, it had other names in other tongues, but the water cares nothing for what humans call it. It has flowed without ceasing for geological ages, rising from deep aquifers beneath the valley floor, emerging into sunlight with the same patient insistence it has shown since long before anyone thought to build a house nearby. Stand beside it now, in your imagination, not as it is today, corralled and directed through modern pipes, but as it was in the beginning. Picture the water welling up from between rocks, gathering in a natural pool, overflowing into channels it has carved through softer earth. The sound is gentle but constant, a liquid murmur that fills the air. In the heat of the day, the pool steams faintly. In the cool of the evening, it breathes mist into the air like something alive. The flow is substantial. Even in the driest months, the spring produces roughly 1,000 cubic meters of water per day. That is enough to sustain a small city, enough to irrigate fields, enough to transform a circle of desert into a circle of green. Around the spring, wherever its water reaches, date palms grow tall and heavy with fruit. Figs find purchase. Grain can be coaxed from the soil. The rest of the valley, beyond the reach of this miraculous moisture, remains stone and sand and thorny shrubs that have learned to live on almost nothing. For a hunter-gatherer band passing through the valley, the spring would have been a landmark, a place to return to season after season. Good water, predictable water, is worth remembering. There would have been wild game coming to drink, birds nesting in the vegetation, fish in the streams that ran from the spring before they exhausted themselves in the thirsty earth. You could spend a week here, a month, longer if the hunting held. And because the spring never failed, never diminished, never punished those who depended on it, the idea might begin to form. What if we did not leave? What if, instead of following the herds and the seasons, we let the herds and the seasons come to us? In most of the world, such thoughts would remain just that. Thoughts impossible to implement. You cannot stay where there is no water. You cannot remain through the summer where winter freezes the ground solid. You cannot build permanent shelter if you must move every few weeks to find food. The nomadic life is not chosen for adventure, but imposed by necessity. To live any other way requires a gift from the landscape, some unusual abundance that makes staying possible. The spring at Jericho was such a gift. 10,000 years before the Common Era, more or less, someone accepted the gift. Or rather, many someones. A community making a collective choice whose implications they could not possibly have foreseen. They decided not to move on when the season turned. They built houses meant to last more than a season. They planted seeds with the expectation of being present for the harvest. They committed to the spring and trusted it to commit to them. The spring kept its part of the bargain. It flows still, but water alone does not explain why this particular spot, among all the springs and oases scattered across the ancient Near East, became what it became. Geography is never just about resources. It is also about location, about where you sit in relation to everywhere else. Jericho occupied, and occupies still, a position of profound strategic importance. The Jordan Valley forms a natural corridor running north to south, a highway for anyone travelling between Syria and Egypt, between Mesopotamia and Africa, but valleys, even generous ones, impose their own logic. There are places where you can cross easily and places where you cannot. Places where the route narrows or widens, where danger or safety await. Jericho sits near the best ford across the Jordan River for many miles in either direction. It guards the eastern approaches to the hill country, the routes that climb up toward Jerusalem and the spine of Canaan. Anyone traveling, anyone trading, anyone invading, would pass through or near Jericho. The city, when it became a city, stood at a crossroads. Goods flowed through, ideas flowed through, people flowed through, and some of them stayed, drawn by the water and the possibility it represented. So the spring made settlement possible, geography made it valuable, and time, vast stretches of time measured in millennia rather than centuries, made it inevitable that someone would discover just how permanent permanence could be. The first excavators. For most of history, the tell at Jericho simply existed. A peculiar hill beside a spring, inhabited or abandoned depending on the century, its secrets safe beneath accumulated earth. Local people knew it was old, older than memory, but old in the way that mountains are old, without particulars. The stones in the mound were good for building. The height offered defense. That was enough. Then, in the late 19th century, Europeans arrived with shovels and questions. The first serious attempts to excavate Tell es-Sultan began in the early 1900s. This was the golden age of biblical archaeology, when scholars and adventurers descended upon the Levant, hoping to prove or illuminate the scriptures through the evidence of material culture. If the Bible said Jericho's walls had fallen, then surely walls could be found. If Joshua had conquered the city, then surely a conquest could be documented in the layers of ash and destruction. The first scientific excavation was led by Ernst Sellin and Karl Watzinger, working between 1907 and 1909. They were German scholars, meticulous by the standards of their time, though those standards seem crude by modern measures. They dug trenches into the Tell, cutting through centuries, exposing walls and houses and pottery. They found fortifications, impressive ones, multiple phases of construction, showing that this had indeed been a walled city, rebuilt and reinforced over generations. More importantly, for their purposes, they found destruction layers, burned material, collapsed architecture, evidence that the city had been violently destroyed, probably more than once. Here, they thought, was confirmation. Here was the biblical Jericho, conquered and burned exactly as the book of Joshua described. But archaeology is not that simple. It never is. Sellin and Watzinger published their findings with confidence, dating the destruction they found to approximately 1500 BC, which seemed to align reasonably well with conventional estimates for when Joshua's conquest might have occurred. The scientific world nodded in approval. The faithful celebrated. Another piece of the biblical narrative had been verified by the patient work of excavation. Then John Garstang arrived. Garstang was British, director of the Department of Antiquities in Palestine during the 1920s and 30s. He received permission to excavate Tell es-Sultan and did so extensively between 1930 and 1936. He dug deeper than his predecessors, exposed more area, and found even more impressive fortifications. He identified what he believed was a double wall system around the city, massively constructed, exactly the sort of defensive architecture that would merit special divine intervention to overcome. Garstang dated his destruction layer to around 1500 BC as well, perhaps slightly earlier. He was even more confident than Sellin and Watzinger that he had found Joshua's Jericho. He published articles and books proclaiming the discovery. Photographs of the walls appeared in newspapers and journals. Here, at last, was proof that the biblical account was historically accurate. The walls had fallen, possibly due to an earthquake that God had providentially timed to coincide with Joshua's assault. The city had burned. The evidence was irrefutable, except that it was not. The problem with both Selin and Watsinger's work, and Garstang's work, was that they were digging with a conclusion already in mind. They wanted to find Joshua's Jericho, so when they found destroyed walls, they assumed they had succeeded. But wanting to find something and actually finding it are different enterprises. Archaeology requires not just excavation, but interpretation, and interpretation requires careful attention to how materials are dated, how layers relate to each other, and what the pottery assemblages and other artifacts actually indicate about when people lived and died in a particular place. The pottery was the problem, or rather, the lack of it. The destruction layers that Garstang and his predecessors had attributed to the 1500s BC contained pottery styles that were already old by then, already passing out of use. If the city had been destroyed in the 1500s BC, there should have been late Bronze Age pottery in abundance. There was not. The ceramics looked earlier, significantly earlier, but it would take another excavator, one with a more rigorous approach to stratigraphy, to unravel what was actually lying beneath the tell. Kathleen Kenyon's revelation. Her name was Kathleen Mary Kenyon, and when she arrived at Jericho in 1952, she was already one of the most respected archaeologists in the world. She had trained under the great Mortimer Wheeler, learning his stratigraphic method, a technique borrowed from geology that treated archaeological sites not as confused heaps of artifacts, but as orderly sequences of deposition, each layer representing a distinct period of occupation. Wheeler's method was revolutionary for its time. Instead of simply digging down from the top of a site until you hit bedrock, exposing everything in between as an undifferentiated mass, the stratigraphic method involved cutting precise trenches and recording every layer, every change in soil composition, every interface between one period and the next. You treated the earth itself as a document to be read, with its own grammar and syntax. Kenyon brought this discipline to Jericho. Over 6 seasons, from 1952 to 1958, she and her team excavated carefully selected areas of the tell, cutting deep trenches that exposed the full depth of occupation from top to bottom. She kept meticulous records. She photographed every stage of the excavation. She collected pottery samples from every layer and studied them with painstaking attention to typology and chronology. What she found changed everything. The walls that Garstang had attributed to the 1500s BC were indeed impressive, but when Kenyon dated them properly, using the pottery and the stratigraphic context, they turned out to be much older. The destruction layer that everyone had assumed was Joshua's conquest dated not to 1500 BC, but to approximately 1600 BC, possibly earlier, that placed it firmly in the Middle Bronze Age, before the period when Joshua's conquest would have occurred, according to most biblical chronologies. More troubling still, Kenyon found that the site had been largely abandoned during much of the Late Bronze Age, the very period when Joshua was supposed to have arrived. There were traces of occupation, small and poor, but nothing like the wealthy, fortified city described in the Bible. No walls to circle 7 times. No vast stores of treasure to burn, just a few scattered remains, perhaps a village, or even less than that. This was not the news that sponsors and supporters wanted to hear. Kenyon was accused of having an anti-biblical bias, of misinterpreting the evidence, of being overly rigid in her methods, but she was scrupulous in her reporting. She did not claim that Joshua's conquest had never happened, only that if it had not happened at the Jericho revealed by her excavations. The archaeology and the biblical narrative did not match. Perhaps they referred to different events, different periods. Perhaps the biblical account had been written or transmitted in a way that simplified or compressed or mythologized actual history. Perhaps there were explanations that future excavations would reveal, but the most extraordinary thing Kenyon discovered at Jericho had nothing to do with Joshua or Bronze Age destructions. The most extraordinary thing lay much deeper, in layers that Garstang had barely touched, that Selin and Watzinger had not imagined could exist. She found a city that predated pottery. At the bottom of her deepest trenches, beneath the Bronze Age remains, beneath the Chalcolithic remains, beneath layers and layers of progressive civilization, Kenyon's excavations revealed Neolithic occupation. Not merely Neolithic in the sense of farming communities with polished stone tools, which was remarkable enough, but pre-pottery Neolithic, a designation that seemed almost contradictory. How could you have a city, an urban settlement, without pottery? Pottery is one of the fundamental markers of sedentary civilization, one of the first technologies that makes sense only when people stay in one place long enough to use fragile ceramic vessels. Yet here was exactly that, a substantial settlement, with stone architecture, with organized community structure, with clear evidence of permanence and planning, and not a shard of pottery to be found because pottery had not yet been invented. The dates, when she worked them out through radiocarbon analysis and stratigraphic reasoning, were staggering. The pre-pottery Neolithic layers at Jericho dated back to approximately 8000 BC, possibly earlier. That was 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years of human presence at this one spot. 10,000 years of people drinking from the same spring, walking the same paths, building and rebuilding on the same ground. Kenyon had come to Jericho looking for Joshua's walls and had found instead something infinitely more precious. Evidence of humanity's first experiment with permanent settlement. The moment when we stopped wandering and started building. The beginning of the urban world that would eventually produce all the cities we know, including the ones where you might be listening to this now. She documented her findings with characteristic precision. The pre-pottery Neolithic settlement had been substantial, covering several hectares, surrounded by a massive stone wall, and even including a tower, a circular stone structure that still stood more than 8 meters high after 10,000 years. People had lived here in round houses made of mud brick. They had buried their dead beneath the floors of their homes. They had plastered human skulls with care and devotion, creating ancestor portraits in clay. All of this before pottery, before metal, before the wheel, before writing, before almost everything we associate with civilization, except the most fundamental thing, the decision to stay. Kenyon's excavations at Jericho lasted only 6 seasons, but they rewrote the history of urbanization. She proved that cities were older than anyone had imagined, that the move to permanent settlement had happened earlier and more successfully than scholars had believed possible. Jericho was not simply an ancient city, it was the ancient city, the earliest known example of people creating an urban community and making it last for millennia. When she published her findings, the scholarly world struggled to absorb the implications. The biblical questions about Joshua's walls, which had seemed so important when the excavations began, receded into the background. The real story was far older and far more significant. The real story was how we learned to stay in one place, before pottery, before writing. To understand what pre-pottery Neolithic means, you must first empty your mind of almost everything you think you know about ancient cities. Remove the images of stone temples and paved streets, of markets and palaces, of written records on clay tablets or papyrus scrolls. Remove metal tools, bronze weapons, copper ornaments. Remove the wheel in every form. The potter's wheel that shapes clay, the cart wheel that moves goods, the pulley wheel that lifts stones. Remove, most crucially, the ceramic vessels that hold grain and water, that cook stew and store oil. Remove all of that, and what remains is still a city. That is what Jericho teaches us. The term Neolithic means New Stone Age, distinguishing it from the Paleolithic or Old Stone Age that preceded it. But the distinction is not primarily about the stones themselves, about whether tools are chipped or polished. The distinction is about how people lived. Paleolithic humans were nomadic hunters and gatherers, moving with the seasons, following game, harvesting wild plants when and where they ripened. Neolithic humans were sedentary, staying in one place, cultivating plants, domesticating animals, building structures meant to last. The Neolithic Revolution, as scholars call it, was the most important transformation in human history. It changed everything: diet, health, social organization, population density, the relationship between humans and the environment, even the way we think about time and property and identity. Before the Neolithic, humans lived much as our ancestors had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. After the Neolithic, we were on a path that would lead to Sumerian cities and Egyptian pyramids, to Greek philosophy and Roman engineering, to every complex civilization that has ever existed. And it happened first, or at least very early, at Jericho. The dating is somewhat flexible because radiocarbon dating has margins of error, and because the transition from mobile to sedentary life did not happen in a single moment. But the earliest permanent structures at Jericho appear around 9600 BC, give or take a couple of centuries. That places them in the pre-pottery Neolithic A period, the very beginning of the Neolithic Age. By 80,000 BC, the settlement had grown substantially, now in the pre-pottery Neolithic B phase, with sophisticated architecture and clear evidence of a stable, organized community. Think about those dates for a moment. 8,000 BC is 10,000 years ago. That is twice as far back as the Egyptian pyramids, 4 times as far back as the founding of Rome, 10 times as far back as the fall of the Western Roman Empire. It is a span of time so vast that human civilizations have risen and fallen dozens of times over between then and now. The entire recorded history of humanity, everything we have written down and preserved in archives and libraries, covers only the last 5,000 years or so. The people of pre-pottery Neolithic Jericho lived 5,000 years before that. They lived in a world unimaginably different from ours, yet they were not different from us. Their brains were identical to ours in structure and capacity. Their emotions, their fears, their hopes were ours. They loved their children and mourned their dead and looked at the stars and wondered. The gap between us is not biological or cognitive. It is purely historical, purely circumstantial. They were born into a world without cities, and they built one. We were born into a world with cities, and we take them for granted. Pre-pottery Neolithic Jericho had between 1,000 and 2,000 inhabitants at its peak. That may not sound like many by modern standards, but it represented an unprecedented concentration of humans living together permanently. Hunter-gatherer bands typically numbered 20 to 50 people, maybe 100 in especially rich environments. They had to remain small because the wild resources they depended on could not support more people in one place without being depleted. But agricultural communities, or proto-agricultural communities in the case of early Jericho, could support larger populations. The grain could be stored, the harvest could be planned, the spring provided year-round water for crops. 1,000 people living together creates problems that 50 people never face. You need organization, leadership, dispute resolution. You need rules about water rights, about land use, about who builds where. You need systems for waste disposal, for food distribution, for defense against outsiders. You need, in short, the rudiments of government and law. Even if those concepts are not formalized, even if they remain embodied in custom and consensus rather than written code, pre-pottery, Neolithic Jericho had all of this. It had to, or it would not have survived for thousands of years. What it did not have was pottery, that seemingly essential technology. Why? The answer appears to be that pottery was not yet necessary. The people of early Jericho used stone bowls, carved laboriously from basalt and limestone. They used woven baskets sealed with plaster. They used animal hides and wooden vessels. These alternatives worked well enough for their needs, and the technology for firing clay at high enough temperatures to make durable ceramics had not yet been developed. Pottery would come later, after approximately 7,000 BC, spreading from communities in Syria or Anatolia. When it did arrive at Jericho, it must have seemed like a miracle. Vessels that could hold liquid without leaking, that could be placed directly in fire without burning, that could be shaped into any form imagination suggested. Pottery transformed daily life, making cooking easier, food storage more reliable, trade more practical. But before pottery came, Jericho thrived. For more than 1,000 years, possibly longer, the pre-pottery Neolithic city grew and endured, a testament to human ingenuity and adaptability. Its people learned to farm, or learned farming from neighbours, and adapted it to their oasis. They built with stone and mud brick. They created art, including the famous plastered skulls and small figurines. They buried their dead with care and maintained connection to ancestors. They invented urban life, and the most remarkable thing, the thing that even now astonishes archaeologists who study Jericho, is that they did it without models, without precedent, without any other city to look to for guidance. They were making it up as they went along, solving problems no humans had ever faced, creating social structures that had never existed, becoming something new. They became citizens. The first citizens, the first houses. You are standing in one of the round houses, low and dim, cool despite the heat outside. The walls curve around you, smooth mud brick rising to meet a roof of wood beams and thatch. There are no windows, only the doorway behind you letting in a shaft of sunlight thick with dust motes. The floor beneath your feet is hard-packed earth, swept clean but showing the patina of long use, polished by countless footsteps over years. Your eyes adjust slowly to the dimness. Shapes emerge. Along one wall, a sleeping platform, raised slightly above the floor, spread with woven reed mats and animal hides. In the centre, a hearth circular and shallow, lined with stones that have been blackened by fires. No fire burns now, but the smell of smoke lingers, embedded in the walls and roof, a permanent presence. Above the hearth, suspended from roof beams, baskets hang, storage for grain, for dried fruit, for seeds saved for planting. The space is perhaps 4 meters across, maybe 5. Not large, but sufficient. A family lives here, mother, father, children, perhaps an elder, a grandmother who tends the fire and minds the youngest child while the others work. The family's entire world, when night falls or weather turns harsh, exists within these curving walls. Here they eat, sleep, tell stories, plan the next day's labour. Here children are born and the old die. Here life happens in all its intimacy and monotony and sudden joy. You notice details as your vision sharpens. Along the base of the wall, someone has carved shallow niches, spaces to tuck small objects, a favourite stone tool, a shell brought from the distant coast, a clay figurine of a woman with exaggerated hips and breasts, a symbol of fertility and hope. Wooden pegs protrude from the walls at intervals, hung with tools, a digging stick with a fire-hardened tip, a sickle made from a wooden handle with flint blades set into it, a woven bag waiting to be filled with the day's gathering. The smell is complex. Smoke, yes, always smoke, but also the earthy sweetness of grain, the sharpness of human bodies in close quarters, the organic decay of food scraps and rushes used for bedding. It is not unpleasant, this smell, just human, lived in, real. Outside, you can hear the sounds of the settlement, voices calling, children laughing or crying, the rhythmic thud of someone grinding grain with stone against stone, the bleating of goats. You step to the doorway and look out. The settlement spreads before you, dozens of houses similar to yours, all round, all mud brick, clustered together in an organic pattern that suggests growth rather than planning. Narrow paths wind between the houses, too irregular to be called streets but serving the same purpose. Women move along these paths carrying water in plastered baskets, balancing the weight on their heads. Children dart between buildings, playing some game that involves much running and shrieking. Men work in small groups, some shaping bricks from mud and straw, leaving them to dry in the sun, others repairing a wall that has slumped from recent rain. Beyond the houses, you see the fields, green in the wet season, golden in the dry, rows of grain that represent the difference between survival and starvation. People are working there, bent over the earth, weeding or harvesting depending on the time of year. The work never stops. Farming is more labor-intensive than hunting and gathering, requiring constant attention, constant effort. But the reward is predictability. The harvest, if the spring flows and the weather cooperates, will come. You can count on it. You can plan for it. You can stay in one place because of it. And there, at the edge of the settlement, you see the wall. It rises 3 meters high, maybe more, built of stone, not brick. Stone that was quarried and shaped and fitted together with enormous effort. The wall runs around the entire settlement, enclosing it, protecting it, defining it. This is the boundary between inside and outside, between us and them, between the known world of the community and the unknown world beyond. Why did they build such a wall? The question will puzzle archaeologists thousands of years in your future. Is it defensive, meant to keep out raiders or rival groups? Is it practical, designed to hold back floodwaters when the spring overflows or winter rains turn the valley into a temporary lake? Is it symbolic, a way of declaring that the people here are different, are permanent, are worth protecting? Perhaps it is all of these things. Perhaps the wall means different things to different people. The elder grandmother might see it as protection from the chaos that ended the old ways, when bands wandered and fought and nothing lasted. The young man might see it as proof of the community's strength and permanence. The child might see it simply as the edge of the world, the place where everything familiar ends. You walk toward the wall, curious. The stone is rough under your hand, warm from the sun. You climb up, carefully, finding handholds and footholds, until you stand atop it and can see beyond. Outside the wall, the landscape changes abruptly. Where the spring water reaches, life flourishes. Where it does not, the desert begins. You can see the line clearly. Green yielding to brown, cultivation giving way to wilderness. Out there, perhaps a day's walk distant, bands of hunter-gatherers still move with the seasons, following antelope and wild cattle, gathering wild grains when they ripen, living as humans have always lived. Do they look at your settlement with envy, with contempt? Do they understand what you have here, or does it seem like a trap? A foolish commitment to one place when the whole world is open for wandering. You do not know, cannot know, but you feel, standing on this wall, the weight of the choice that has been made. The people of this settlement have traded mobility for stability, freedom for security, the wide world for this one precious spot where water flows and life is possible. It is not a trade without cost. There are losses and gains, always. But as you look down at the houses, the fields, the busy human life contained within the wall, you understand something profound. This is new. This has never been done before. Your people are inventing something, learning something, becoming something that no humans have ever been. You are becoming the first citizens of the first city. The sun climbs higher. The day's work waits. You climb down from the wall and return to your round house, to the life that, for better or worse, will never again be lived anywhere else. The harvest that changed everything. She had done this 1,000 times, would do it 1,000 more, if the seasons were kind. The woman moved through the stand of wild barley, her eyes quick and practiced, assessing the seed heads with the expertise of 20 years gathering. Her daughters worked beside her, the older one nearly as skilled as her mother, the younger still learning which stalks held the most grain, which were too green or too old. It was early morning, the best time for this work. The cool air made the labour bearable, and there was something about the soft light, the way it turned the barley golden, that made the gathering feel less like work and more like prayer. The woman's hands moved automatically, gripping the stalks just below the seed head, pulling them free with a practiced twist. The grain fell into the basket she carried at her hip, a satisfying whisper of food for the coming months. But this morning, something made her pause. She looked at the barley around her, at the wild stand that returned here every year, reliable as the spring, and a question formed in her mind. A question that had probably formed many times before, but had never quite crystallized into thought. Why here? Why did the barley return to exactly this spot, year after year, while the land around it grew only scrub and thorn bushes? She bent down, examining the ground. The soil was darker here, richer. She scraped at it with her fingers and found it loose, workable, different from the hard, packed earth elsewhere. Her mind worked through the observations slowly, connecting things she had noticed over many seasons, but never quite assembled into understanding. Last year, her family had camped near this spot during the harvest season. They had eaten well, feasting on the abundant grain, grinding it into flour, mixing it with water to make a crude bread that filled bellies and made children stop crying from hunger. They had stayed for several weeks, longer than usual, because the gathering was so good. And during those weeks, of course, grain had spilled, seeds had fallen, refuse had been scattered. The woman straightened, looking at the barley with new eyes. Could it be that simple? The barley grew here because seeds had fallen here, because humans had been here, because the very act of gathering had scattered some of what they gathered. She thought about the route her band took through the seasons. They followed water and game, but they also returned to certain places at certain times, places where food could be counted on. The stand of barley was one such place, as reliable as the stars. But what if it was reliable not by accident, but because of them? Because every time they came, they ensured the next year's harvest by scattering seeds. The thought grew larger, branching into implications she could barely grasp. If scattered seeds became next year's harvest, then what would happen if you scattered seeds intentionally? What if you chose the best seeds, the ones from the fattest seed heads, and put them in the ground deliberately, not by accident but by design? What if you did not have to search for the barley, but could make it grow where you wanted? Her hands had stopped moving. Her daughters noticed and looked at her questioningly. The older one asked if she was well. The woman nodded. But inside, her mind was racing through a vision of something that had never existed, but suddenly seemed possible. You would need to stay. That was the first requirement, the absolute necessity. You could not plant seeds and then leave for 6 months, trusting them to grow on their own. You would need to be present, to protect the young plants from being eaten by animals, to pull competing plants that tried to steal water and sunlight. You would need to watch over your grain the way you watched over your children, with constant vigilance. But if you stayed, if you committed to one place through all the seasons, then you would not go hungry when the hunting failed, or the wild plants did not ripen. You would have food that you had made certain, food that you controlled. The cost was mobility, the gain was security. The woman looked back toward where her band was camped, where the temporary shelters of hide and brush stood, where the fires burned and the children played. They had been at this camp for 3 weeks now. In another week, they would move on, following the antelope herds north, then west toward the hills where nuts and roots could be found. Always moving, always searching, always at the mercy of what nature chose to provide. What if they did not move on? What if they stayed here, by the spring, where water never failed? What if they built shelters that would last through winter, through many winters? What if they saved the best seeds from this harvest and, when the rains came, put them in the ground with intention? The idea was too large to hold all at once. It frightened her, even as it excited her. Everything she knew, everything her mother and grandmother had taught her, was about reading the land, following the seasons, moving with the plenty. To stay seemed unnatural, dangerous, against the way humans had always lived. But she found herself gathering seeds more carefully than usual that morning. When she reached for a stalk, she chose the ones with the fullest heads, the healthiest grain. She placed them in a separate basket, keeping them apart from the ones they would eat immediately. She did not fully understand why she was doing this, what she intended, but some instinct guided her hands. That evening, when the band gathered around the fire, she said nothing about her thoughts, but she kept her basket of selected seeds, close, protective, as if it contained something precious, which, in a way beyond her ability to articulate, it did. It contained a future, not the future of wandering and hunting and gathering what nature provided. A different future, one where humans did not simply accept what the land gave, but shaped it, commanded it, made it yield what they needed. It would be years before that future fully emerged. The transition from gathering wild grain to cultivating it deliberately, from seasonal camps to permanent settlements, took generations, not seasons. But the woman's realization, or realizations like hers, happening to people across the Fertile Crescent during those crucial centuries, were the seeds of the Neolithic Revolution, just as surely as the barley seeds she saved were the seeds of next year's harvest. Everything changed because someone noticed, someone thought, someone tried, and somewhere, perhaps at Jericho by the eternal spring, someone succeeded. The tower and the wall, at the western edge of the pre-pottery Neolithic settlement, built into the defensive wall itself, stands a structure that would puzzle archaeologists for decades after its discovery. It is a tower, circular in plan, constructed entirely of stone, rising 8.5 meters above ground level, even after 10,000 years of erosion and collapse. Inside, a staircase spirals upward, 22 steps carved from stone, leading to what was once the top of the tower, and, presumably, to the top of the wall. Kathleen Kenyon found it during her excavations in the 1950s, cutting through layers of later occupation until she reached bedrock and the earliest architecture when the tower emerged from the earth, intact enough that you could still climb its internal staircase. It caused a sensation in archaeological circles. Here was monumental architecture from the dawn of civilization, built by people who had never seen metal tools, who worked stone with stone, who had no pulleys or levers to aid them, just muscle and determination, and presumably some system of ramps or scaffolding that left no trace in the archaeological record. The tower is not large by later standards. Its interior diameter measures just over 8 meters, but for its time, it represents an extraordinary investment of labor. The stones had to be quarried, shaped, transported, and fitted together with precision. The staircase had to be planned and executed with care to ensure it was both functional and stable. The whole structure required engineering knowledge that we do not usually associate with Neolithic communities. How long did it take to build? Archaeologists have estimated that constructing the tower would have required at least 10,000 person-days of labor, possibly more. That means that if 100 people worked on it full-time, it would take 100 days. More realistically, with people dividing their time between tower construction and the daily tasks of survival, like farming, hunting, food preparation, and tool-making, it might have taken a year or longer. Why would a community of perhaps 1,000 or 2,000 people invest so much effort in such a structure? The most obvious answer is defense. The tower rises above the wall, providing a vantage point from which sentries could watch for approaching danger. Raiders, wild animals, rival groups. In a world without organized states or professional armies, violence was common and unpredictable. A settlement as wealthy as Jericho, with its stores of grain and its reliable water source, would have been a tempting target. The wall and tower together could have served as both deterrent and practical defense. But some archaeologists question the defensive interpretation. The tower is built into the wall, not rising above it, as you might expect if its primary purpose was surveillance. The staircase opens to the inside of the settlement, not the outside, which seems odd for a military structure. And while the wall itself is substantial, encircling the entire settlement in stone 3 to 4 meters high, it is not obviously designed to withstand serious attack. There are no battlements, no archer positions, no clear signs of military thinking. An alternative theory suggests the wall and tower were built to protect against floods rather than human enemies. The spring at Jericho produces a large volume of water year-round, and during the winter rainy season, that flow increases substantially. Flash floods in the Jordan Valley were and are a real danger. A wall built to contain and direct floodwater, with a tower serving as a lookout to warn when water levels were rising dangerously, makes practical sense. Yet another interpretation, proposed more recently, suggests the tower had ritual or astronomical significance. The staircase faces westward, toward the hills of Judea, and some researchers have noted that, at certain times of the year, the setting sun aligns with geographic features in a way that might have held symbolic meaning. Perhaps the tower was not primarily defensive or practical, but ceremonial, a way of marking the relationship between the human community and the cosmos, between the daily world and the sacred. The truth, as is so often the case with ancient structures, likely combines elements of all these theories. Why can a building have only one purpose? The tower could serve defense, flood warning, and ritual simultaneously. It could be a statement of communal identity, a declaration that the people of Jericho were powerful enough, organized enough, committed enough to move thousands of stones and build something that would last for ages. The tower, like the wall, said, "We are here to stay," and the tower's existence tells us something crucial about the society that built it. Such a project requires leadership, someone or some group capable of organizing labor, allocating resources, and maintaining motivation over the months or years of construction. It requires a community willing to contribute labor toward a project that might not benefit them personally, but would benefit the collective. It requires, in other words, the social complexity that we associate with states and cities, even though states and cities in the usual sense were still thousands of years in the future. The tower also tells us about values and priorities. Food storage would have been the most practical use of communal labor. Building more houses, digging irrigation channels, improving farming techniques would all have had immediate, tangible benefits. Instead, the people of pre-pottery Neolithic Jericho chose to invest enormous effort in a stone structure whose benefits, whether defensive, ritual, or symbolic, were less direct, less obviously connected to daily survival. This suggests a community confident enough in its food security, in its permanence, to think beyond the next harvest. It suggests people who valued protection, whether physical or spiritual. It suggests an identity rooted in place, a commitment to Jericho not just as a temporary camp, but as a home worth defending, worth marking, worth making permanent through stone. The wall and tower stood for thousands of years. Later inhabitants of Jericho built over them, incorporating them into new defensive systems, reusing the stones, adapting the structures to new purposes. But the original tower, built by people whose names are lost and whose language we will never know, remained structurally sound, a testament to their skill and their vision. When Kenyon excavated it, brushing away the last soil to reveal the internal staircase, she climbed those ancient steps herself. She stood where Neolithic sentries had stood, looking out over a landscape that had changed in some ways and not at all in others. The spring still flowed, the valley still stretched east and west. The sun still rose and set in the same places. Only the people were gone, leaving behind their stones and their tower, and the silent evidence of their revolutionary choice to build something meant to last forever. The plastered skulls. In the houses of pre-pottery Neolithic Jericho, beneath the floors where families walked and sat and slept, the dead waited. This was the custom. When someone died, their body was buried under the floor of their home, keeping them close, making death not a departure, but a change in state, a transformation from participant to presence. But for some of the dead, those considered especially important or beloved, there was an additional step. After burial, after the soft tissues had decayed away, the family would excavate the grave. They would reach down through the earth, find the skeleton, and carefully, reverently, remove the skull. The rest of the bones they left undisturbed. Only the skull mattered for what came next. The skull would be brought into the house, washed clean, perhaps left in the sun to bleach. Then began a painstaking process of reconstruction. Using plaster, a mixture of lime and water that hardened as it dried, the living would rebuild the face of the dead. They would press the plaster onto the bone, shaping it to suggest flesh and skin, moulding the features they remembered. Eye sockets would be filled and plaster eyelids formed, sometimes inlaid with shells to create the appearance of open eyes. Noses would be reconstructed, mouths shaped, even ears suggested. Paint might be added for final details, red ochre for lips, black for hair. The result was something between art and portrait, between memorial and ancestor. The skull became a face again, the dead person present once more, not alive but not entirely gone. Kathleen Kenyon found 7 of these plastered skulls at Jericho, buried in a pit, preserved by the dry conditions and the lack of later disturbance. They are extraordinary objects, haunting and beautiful. Each face is individual, suggesting that the artists were working from memory, trying to capture a specific person rather than creating a generic representation of the dead. One skull has a mustache rendered in paint. Another has wide, staring shell eyes that seem to follow you. A third has a serene expression, almost smiling. These skulls are among the oldest known portrait sculptures in the world, predating Egyptian art by thousands of years, predating Mesopotamian sculpture by millennia. They represent one of humanity's first attempts to preserve individual identity beyond death, to say, this person mattered, this face should not be forgotten. But they are more than art. They are religious objects, or at least ritual ones, evidence of beliefs and practices that connected the living to the dead in profound ways. The presence of ancestor skulls in the home would have been a daily reminder of continuity, of family, of the chain of generations. Children would grow up seeing these plastered faces, learning the stories of who these people had been, what they had done, how they were connected to the living family. Anthropologists studying traditional societies that practice skull curation, like some groups in Papua New Guinea and Melanesia, have found that ancestor skulls serve multiple social functions. They legitimize inheritance, proving descent, and therefore rights to land and resources. They provide spiritual protection, as the ancestors are believed to watch over their descendants. They settle disputes, as the skulls can be consulted or invoked as witnesses to past agreements. They bind the community together through shared reverence for the dead. The plastered skulls of Jericho likely served similar purposes. In a society without writing, without formal legal systems, the presence of the ancestors provided continuity and authority. The dead could not speak, but they could be spoken for, their memory invoked to justify decisions or settle arguments. This is how my grandfather did it. Carries weight. When grandfather's face is physically present in the room, there is something deeply moving about these skulls, about the care taken to reconstruct the faces, about the impulse to keep the dead close. It speaks to the universal human struggle with mortality, the refusal to accept that death means complete loss, complete absence. If we can preserve the face, perhaps we preserve something essential. If we can keep them with us, perhaps they are not entirely gone. But there is also something unsettling about them, at least to modern sensibilities. We tend to separate the living and the dead more completely, to place bodies in cemeteries that remove from daily life, to mark death with finality. The idea of having grandfather's skull plastered and painted sitting in a niche in the living room, feels macabre to us, a crossing of boundaries we prefer to maintain. Yet for the people of Neolithic Jericho, this was normal, perhaps even comforting. The dead were not feared but honoured. Their presence was not ghostly but material, grounding the living in lineage and place. When you slept above the bones of your ancestors. When you ate, you shared the space with their reconstructed faces. When you made decisions, you made them in their presence, accountable to memory and tradition. This intimacy with death, this refusal of separation, was part of what made permanent settlement possible. You cannot commit to a place for generations if you believe death severs all connection. But if the dead remain, if they inhabit the houses and the land, if they watch over the spring and the fields, then place accumulates meaning beyond the practical. It becomes sacred, not just useful. It becomes home in the deepest sense, the place where your people have always been and always will be. The plastered skulls of Jericho are silent now, displayed in museums, separated from their homes and their descendants. But for the 1,000 or more years that such practices continued at Jericho, they were living objects, active participants in family and community life. They were proof that death was not an ending, but a transition, that the living and the dead existed in relationship, that permanence meant more than staying in one place. It meant staying forever, generation after generation, living and dead together, bound to each other and to the spring that would never fail. A day in the oldest city. You wake before dawn, roused by habit rather than sound. The interior of the house is completely dark, the fire long since died to ash, the doorway showing only the faintest greying that suggests morning approaches. You lie still for a moment on your sleeping platform, feeling the warmth of your partner beside you, hearing the slow breathing of your children sleeping nearby. This is a moment you know well, the quiet before the day begins, when the world is yours alone. But there is work to be done. There is always work. You rise carefully, not wanting to wake the others yet. Your bare feet touch the cool earthen floor. You navigate by memory rather than sight, stepping around the hearth, ducking to avoid the baskets hanging from roof beams, reaching the doorway and passing through into the open air. Outside, the sky is brightening rapidly. The few stars still visible are fading. The air is cool, deliciously so, though you know the heat will come soon enough. It always does. You stand for a moment, stretching, feeling your muscles wake, and you hear the first sounds of the settlement coming to life around you. Someone coughs, a baby cries and is quickly soothed. A dog barks at some real or imagined threat. Your first task is water. You pick up a large plastered basket, checking automatically that it is still sound, that the plaster lining has no cracks that would let water seep through. Satisfied, you walk through the narrow paths between houses, navigating the familiar route to the spring. Others are already there, women mostly, though you see a few men as well. Water is everyone's concern, the foundation of everything else. The spring flows into a pool, then into channels that have been dug and lined with stone, directing the water where it is needed. You dip your basket, filling it, feeling the weight increase. The water is clear and cold, and on impulse, you cup your hand and bring it to your mouth, drinking deeply. It tastes of earth and stone, the flavour of life itself. With the basket balanced on your head, your hands steadying it, you make your way back to your house. Your partner is awake now, rekindling the fire, feeding it with dried grass and small sticks until flames appear. You pour some of the water into a stone bowl, keeping the rest in the basket for later. Throughout the day, you will make this trip several times, bringing water for cooking, for drinking, for washing. As the sun rises, the settlement truly wakes. Smoke begins to rise from many hearths as fires are started and morning meals prepared. You take grain from your storage baskets, grain that was harvested months ago and has been carefully rationed to last until the next harvest. Using 2 stones, one flat and one round, you grind the grain into flour, a task that takes time and makes your arms ache, but must be done daily. The flour is mixed with water to make a dough, then shaped into flat rounds and placed on hot stones at the edge of the fire to bake. The smell of baking bread fills the house. Your children wake, hungry as always, and you give them pieces of the warm bread along with dates from the palm trees near the spring. It is a simple meal, but it is enough. You eat together, quickly, knowing that the day's work cannot wait. Your partner leaves to work in the fields. The grain is growing well, but it needs constant attention. Weeds must be pulled, stones cleared, irrigation channels maintained. It is back-breaking work under the climbing sun, but it is the work that makes everything else possible. Without the harvest, the settlement cannot survive. You stay at the house with the younger children. There is always something that needs doing. Today, you notice that the plaster on one wall is cracking, damaged by the last rain. You mix more plaster, lime, and water, and a bit of straw for binding, and spend the morning repairing the wall, smoothing it with your hands, making it whole again. The work is satisfying in its own way. The visible transformation from damaged to repaired, the knowledge that you are maintaining your home, keeping it sound for your family. In the afternoon, when the heat is most intense, you take your children to the shade near the spring. Other families are there as well, seeking relief from the sun. The children play in the shallow water, while you sit with other women, talking, working on a basket you are weaving from reeds that grow along the channels. Hands busy, voices low. The conversation ranges over familiar topics. Whose child is sick? What the hunters brought back yesterday? Whether the harvest will be good this year? Gossip about a couple planning to join households. This is community, the web of relationships that makes life here possible. Everyone knows everyone. Marriages connect families into larger networks. Labor is shared. Problems are collective. If your house collapses, your neighbors will help you rebuild. If your child is ill, the elder who knows healing plants will come. If your partner dies, you will not be alone, will not be abandoned. The settlement is not just houses and fields. It is people bound together by necessity and custom, by kinship and memory, by the shared commitment to this place. As the sun begins its descent, your partner returns from the fields, exhausted and dirty but satisfied with the day's work. You share the evening meal, more bread, some dried meat from a recent hunt, a mash of lentils that have been cooking slowly all day at the edge of the fire. It is not fancy, but it is reliable, predictable in a way that would have been unimaginable to your grandparents, who lived when the settlement was young, and no one was quite sure if staying was wise. After the meal, as darkness falls, families gather around their hearths. The workday is over. This is time for stories, for teaching, for passing on the knowledge that has accumulated over generations. Your oldest child listens as your partner explains how to know when grain is ready for harvest, how to select the best seeds for next year's planting. Your younger child plays with a toy carved from wood, a simple figure that might be a person or an animal, depending on the angle. You find yourself looking at the plastered skull that sits in its niche in the wall, your partner's grandfather, dead now for many years but still present, still watching. In the firelight, the shell eyes seem to glitter, and for a moment you could almost believe that the old man is truly there, listening to his grandson teach his children, satisfied that the knowledge continues, that the line persists. The fire burns low. You bank it carefully, ensuring coals will last through the night, so that rekindling will be easier in the morning. The family settles onto their sleeping platforms, pulling skins and woven blankets over themselves against the cool of night. Outside, the settlement quiets. Dogs bark occasionally. Someone laughs. The spring continues its eternal murmur. The sound so constant that you rarely notice it consciously, but would feel its absence like a wound. You close your eyes, tired from the day's labour but content. Tomorrow will be much like today, and the day after, and the day after that. The seasons will change, the grain will be planted and harvested, children will be born, and old people will die, but the settlement will remain. The spring will flow, the houses will stand. This is permanence. This is the life your ancestors chose when they decided to stay, when they built the first house and planted the first seeds. It is not an easy life, not as free as the wandering life of the hunter-gatherers, who still move through the valley beyond your walls. But it is yours, solid and real and lasting. As sleep takes you, you dream of the future, of your children grown and having children of their own, of generations yet to come living in this place, drinking from this spring, grateful to you and all those who came before for the gift of permanence, for the revolutionary choice to stay. The centuries pass. Between the pre-pottery Neolithic city and the Bronze Age city that would rise in its place, millennia flowed like water through channels, each century bringing changes so gradual that no single generation would have noticed them, yet transformative across the full span of time. The tower stood, the wall stood, but the people changed. Pottery arrived, carried by travellers from the north, or invented independently. No one can say for certain. Suddenly, vessels that had been laboriously carved from stone or painstakingly woven and plastered could be shaped from clay with relative ease and fired into permanence. The technology spread through the settlement like a gift from the gods, transforming daily life in ways both practical and profound. Food could be stored more reliably, liquids could be carried without leaking, cooking became more efficient, and pottery, unlike stone bowls, could be decorated, painted with designs that expressed identity and artistry. The round houses gave way gradually to rectangular ones. Corners appeared, rooms became more defined, families grew larger, or perhaps simply demanded more space, as the old intimacy with death became more distant. The plastered skulls, over generations, disappeared from common practice. The ancestors were still honoured, still buried beneath floors or in family plots, but the need to reconstruct their faces, to keep them physically present, seemed to fade. Metal appeared, first copper, then bronze, giving this new age its name. Tools that had been laboriously knapped from flint could now be cast and shaped with heat and hammering. Copper axes felled trees more efficiently. Bronze knives cut cleanly. Metal awls punched holes in leather that stone tools had struggled to pierce. Each innovation built upon the last, each generation inheriting techniques and knowledge that their grandparents could not have imagined. The population grew. 1,000 people became 2,000, then 3,000. The settlement expanded beyond its original walls, spreading outward like ripples on water. New defensive structures became necessary. The old Neolithic wall was impressive, but insufficient for a city that had tripled in size. Trade networks stretched across the ancient Near East. Obsidian from Anatolia appeared in Jericho, shells from the Mediterranean, lapis lazuli from distant Afghanistan. The oasis city at the crossroads became wealthy, not from conquest but from commerce, from the simple fact that anyone travelling between Egypt and Mesopotamia, between the coast and the interior, would pass through or near Jericho, and with wealth came hierarchy. The egalitarian ethos of the Neolithic settlement could not survive the Bronze Age. Some families grew richer than others. Some houses became larger, more elaborate. Leadership, once perhaps collective or rotational, became concentrated in the hands of the powerful, kings or chieftains or elders. The titles do not matter so much as the reality. Some people commanded and others obeyed. The spring continued to flow, indifferent to human social organization. It had sustained the Neolithic villagers and would sustain the Bronze Age urbanites with the same eternal generosity. Water cares nothing for pottery or metal or politics. It simply flows, as it always has, as it always will. By approximately 1900 BC, Jericho had transformed entirely. The pre-pottery Neolithic settlement that had stood for thousands of years had been built over, buried beneath layers of new construction and new lives. The stone tower, if it was still remembered at all, had disappeared beneath the rising ground level. What emerged in its place was a fortified Bronze Age city, prosperous and powerful, ready to claim its place in the turbulent world of the second millennium before the Common Era. The Bronze Age city. Jericho in the Middle Bronze Age was no longer a collection of round houses clustered around a spring. It had become something more complex, more stratified, more urban in every sense. The city sprawled across several hectares, its population dense enough to require organization, governance, and infrastructure that would have baffled the Neolithic settlers. The houses were rectangular now, built of mud brick on stone foundations, whitewashed against the brutal sun. Some were single-story, modest dwellings where working families lived in tight quarters, where children slept in alcoves and meals were prepared in courtyards shared with neighbours. Others rose 2 stories, or even 3, substantial structures, with multiple rooms, with storage areas in the lower levels and living spaces above, with flat roofs where families could sleep on hot nights, and where grain could be spread to dry. The streets, if you could call them that, wound between the houses in patterns that suggested organic growth rather than planning. They were narrow, barely wide enough for 2 people to pass comfortably. Certainly too narrow for any cart or wagon, but carts were not the point. These were pedestrian spaces, footpaths worn smooth by thousands of feet over hundreds of years. They provided access, created neighbourhoods, defined the social geography of the city. In the centre of the settlement, or perhaps near it, there would have been public spaces, a marketplace where goods were exchanged, where farmers brought produce and craftsmen displayed their work, where traders from distant lands spread exotic wares and told stories of places beyond the horizon. Wells or cisterns supplementing the spring, ensuring that water reached every part of the growing city, perhaps a temple or shrine. Though the archaeological evidence for Bronze Age Jericho's religious life is frustratingly sparse, the economy had grown sophisticated. Not everyone farmed anymore. Some people specialized: potters working clay, weavers working wool and flax, metal workers casting bronze, merchants organizing trade caravans, administrators keeping track of stored grain and collected taxes. Specialization requires surplus, someone to produce enough food that others can pursue different work. The fields around Jericho, watered by the spring and tended with Bronze Age technology, produced that surplus. But Bronze Age cities, for all their sophistication, were fragile in ways the Neolithic settlement had not been. The larger the population, the more dependent it became on the harvest. A bad year could mean disaster. Drought, flood, pestilence, locusts. Any of the biblical plagues could devastate a Bronze Age agricultural economy, and wealth attracted attention. Raiders and rival cities looked at prosperous Jericho with envious eyes, which explains why the city invested so heavily in what would become its most famous feature, the walls. The walls of Jericho, they rose from the earth like mountains made by human hands, stone and brick, and determination given permanent form. The walls of Bronze Age Jericho were not the modest fortifications of the Neolithic period, though they may have incorporated parts of those earlier defences. These were massive constructions, multiple phases of building and rebuilding, each generation adding to what their predecessors had started, creating defences that would be remembered for millennia. The basic design was elegant in its simplicity, but impressive in its execution. A revetment wall, sloping outward from base to top, built of massive stones that had been quarried from the hills and dragged to the city by teams of labourers. This lower wall rose perhaps 4 or 5 metres, its angled face making it difficult to climb or undermine. Atop this revetment sat the main defensive wall, vertical, built of mud brick on stone foundations, rising another 6 to 8 metres. The total height, from the base of the revetment to the top of the brick wall, could exceed 12 metres in places. 12 meters. Picture a 4-story building. Now picture attacking it without siege equipment, without ladders long enough to reach the top, without any technology more sophisticated than ropes and determination. The walls of Jericho were designed to make such attacks suicidal. The walls enclosed the entire city, a circuit of perhaps 600 meters, though the exact dimensions varied as the city expanded and contracted over the centuries. Along the top of the brick wall, there would have been a walkway, a path wide enough for defenders to move quickly from one section to another, carrying weapons, watching for threats, shouting warnings if enemies approached. Towers punctuated the walls at intervals, projecting outward, providing positions from which defenders could rain arrows or stones down on anyone foolish enough to attack. These towers also served a psychological purpose. They made the walls look even more formidable, more deliberately military, more clearly the work of a people who took their security seriously. Gates were the weak points, the places where the circuit of stone and brick had to be interrupted to allow people and goods to flow in and out. The main gate faced east, toward the Jordan Ford, toward the trade routes that made Jericho wealthy. It was surely the most elaborate architectural feature of the fortifications, though its exact design is lost to time and erosion. Multiple chambers, perhaps, where guards could stop and question travelers. Heavy wooden doors reinforced with bronze. Murder holes, or defensive positions, allowing defenders to attack anyone who tried to force their way through. Building these walls required enormous investment. Not just the material resources, the stone and brick and timber, but the labour, thousands of workers over multiple years, hauling stone, mixing mud, shaping bricks, laying courses with precision. This was not work that could be done in spare moments between harvests. It required organised effort, sustained commitment, and probably a degree of compulsion. Free labour builds houses. Forced labour, or something approaching it, builds city walls. But who was making the decisions? Who commanded this massive construction project? Bronze Age Jericho must have had centralised authority. A king, or ruling council powerful enough to mobilise the city's resources toward a common goal. The walls are evidence not just of engineering skill, but of social organisation, of hierarchy, of the ability to coordinate hundreds or thousands of people toward a shared purpose. And the purpose, ultimately, was survival. The walls said to the world, "We are here to stay. We have wealth worth protecting, and we will not be easy prey." They were a declaration of permanence, of commitment to this place regardless of the dangers. They were also, perhaps, a promise to the citizens: live here, contribute your labour and your taxes, and we will keep you safe. We will give you walls that no enemy can breach. The walls became part of Jericho's identity, as much a defining feature as the spring. People spoke of the city and its mighty fortifications in the same breath. Travellers approaching from the Jordan Ford would have seen the walls first, rising from the valley floor, dwarfing the palm groves around the spring. The visual impact must have been stunning, a statement of human ambition visible for miles. Different phases of construction reflected different eras, different threats, different levels of prosperity. In some periods, the walls were maintained meticulously, their surfaces plastered smooth, their damaged sections repaired immediately. In other periods, parts of the walls slumped or collapsed and were left unrepaired, evidence of decline or depopulation. The walls, like the city itself, rose and fell, built and rebuilt, destroyed and restored across the centuries of the Bronze Age. By the time the late Bronze Age arrived, roughly 1500 BC, the walls had been standing in one form or another for perhaps 500 years. They had been tested by siege, by earthquake, by time itself, and they had held. Generation after generation had grown up inside their protection, had walked atop them, had maintained them, had trusted in them. The walls were more than defence. They were proof of what humans could accomplish when they worked together, when they committed to something larger than individual survival. They were a promise written in stone and brick. This city will endure. These people will persist. This place matters enough to be worth protecting with every resource we can marshal. And in the stories that would be told about Jericho, the walls would become the most important character, the obstacle that could only be overcome by divine intervention. The symbol of everything that makes a city. Permanence, power, and the human determination to build something that will outlast the builders. The merchant's road. The sun had climbed to its zenith and was beginning its slow descent when Aziru first saw the walls. He had been travelling for 6 days, coming up from the south along the Jordan Valley, leading a caravan of 3 donkeys laden with goods from Egypt. Linen, fine and tightly woven, copper tools, small jars of precious oils, beads of faience, blue-green and lustrous. These were luxury items, not staples, the kind of goods that wealthy families in prosperous cities would trade for generously. And Jericho was prosperous. Everyone knew that. The spring that never failed, the fields that yielded twice what you could coax from soil elsewhere, the trade routes converging like spokes in a wheel, making the city a natural marketplace for goods moving between coast and interior, between north and south. Aziru had traded there before, 3 times in his life, and each time had been profitable enough to make the long journey worthwhile. But he had forgotten, or perhaps his memory had dimmed, just how imposing the walls were. They rose from the flat valley floor with geometric precision, too regular to be natural, too massive to be easily comprehended. Even at a distance of perhaps 1,000 paces, Aziru felt a flutter of something that might have been awe or might have been anxiety. Cities without walls existed, certainly, but they were vulnerable, open to any band of raiders or hostile army. Cities with walls like these were different. They were statements of power, of organization, of resources sufficient to move mountains of stone. As he drew closer, the details emerged. The sloping revetment at the base, its stones fitted so tightly that you could barely slip a blade between them. The vertical brick wall rising above, whitewashed so that it blazed in the afternoon sun. The towers projecting at intervals, their crenellations suggesting watchful eyes scanning the approaches. Aziru could see figures moving along the top of the walls, guards or labourers, too distant to make out clearly, but present enough to remind him that the city was alert, defended, watching. The road he travelled, little more than a beaten track in most places, widened as it approached the city. The ground here showed the passage of many feet, many hooves, patches of cultivated green, spread out on either side where the spring's water reached through irrigation channels. Date palms stood in organised groves, their shadows offering brief respite from the heat. People were working in the fields, bent over their tasks, barely glancing up as the caravan passed. The gate faced him directly now, a dark opening in the bright wall, a mouth that could swallow or spit out, welcome or reject. Aziru felt the familiar tightness in his chest that always came when approaching a city where he was not a resident, not protected by citizenship or family. Traders occupied an odd position in the Bronze Age world. They were necessary but not quite trusted, bringing valuable goods but also potential danger, news from distant places but also perhaps spies or disease carriers. Some cities welcomed them enthusiastically, others barely tolerated them. Aziru would not know which kind of welcome awaited him until he passed through that gate. He urged his donkeys forward, making sure their loads were secure, that nothing would fall and spill and create a bad first impression. The gate grew larger as he approached, until it loomed overhead, and he could see the guard posts flanking the entrance, the niches where armed men stood watching every arrival. One of the guards stepped forward, not threatening but alert, spear held loosely but ready. He was younger than Aziru, perhaps 20, with the lean build of someone who ate well enough but worked constantly. His eyes assessed the caravan with practiced efficiency. 3 donkeys, decent quality, 1 man, middle-aged, unarmed except for a knife at his belt. goods carefully packed and roped. "Business in Jericho?" the guard asked. His accent was local, the slightly different pronunciation that marked him as a child of the Jordan Valley. "Trade," Aziru replied, keeping his voice neutral, respectful but not servile. "Goods from Egypt, linen, copper, oils, quality items for quality buyers." The guard nodded, barely interested. He had probably heard similar speeches dozens of times each day. "You'll pay the gate tax, 2 measures of whatever you're carrying, or equivalent in copper. Market is in the center, past the main square. You cause trouble, you leave immediately. Understand?" "Understood," Aziru said, reaching for the small pouch at his belt, where he kept copper scraps and broken pieces of jewelry, the informal currency of the Bronze Age Levant. He counted out what seemed fair, perhaps slightly generous, and handed it over. The guard accepted it, weighed it briefly in his palm, and nodded. "Go on." And like that, Aziru passed through the gate and into Jericho. The contrast with the open valley was immediate and disorienting. Outside, space and air, and the vast sky pressing down. Inside, closeness, noise, the smell of many people living together. The street beyond the gate was narrow, lined with buildings that seemed to lean toward each other across the gap. People moved in both directions, some carrying goods, some apparently just walking, going about their daily business. Children darted between adults, playing some game that involved much shouting. A dog nosed through refuse piled against one wall. Aziru led his donkeys carefully, watching for obstacles, for turns, for the signs that would guide him to the market. Other traders were visible, identifiable by their loaded animals, their slightly wary expressions, their foreigner status evident in clothing or accent. Competition, but also community. Traders understood each other, shared information, sometimes even shared lodging or storage space. The market, when he found it, was a roughly square, open area where the usual warren of streets widened enough for people to gather. Merchants had claimed spaces along the edges, spreading their goods on mats or displaying them on small portable tables. Some offered food, bread, dates, dried fish, lentils. Others had craft goods, pottery, baskets, leather goods, simple bronze jewelry. And scattered among them were traders like Aziru, the long-distance merchants with exotic items from beyond the valley. He found a space, not prime location, but acceptable, and began to unload his donkeys. This was the part that required patience. Setting up his display, arranging the linen so that its quality was evident, placing the copper tools where potential buyers could examine them, being ready to explain the value of each item, to bargain, to tell the stories that made goods more than just objects. A woman approached, well dressed by local standards, her clothing indicating wealth without ostentation. She examined his linen, feeling the fabric between her fingers, testing its tightness of weave. Her expression gave nothing away, but her interest was evident. "From Egypt?" she asked. "From the Delta," Aziru confirmed. "Royal workshops. You won't find tighter weave anywhere in Canaan." She nodded, continuing her examination. This was the dance of commerce, the careful assessment, the hesitant interest that might become a sale or might not. Aziru had patience. He had travelled 6 days to get here. He could wait 6 hours, 6 days if necessary, for the right buyers. Around him, the market hummed with activity, voices bargaining in half a dozen languages, the bleat of animals being sold, the ring of bronze tools being tested. This was what the walls protected, what the spring made possible. Not just survival, but prosperity. Not just houses, but a city. Not just isolation, but connection to the wider world. The woman made an offer, lower than Aziru wanted, but not insultingly so. He countered. She countered again. They moved toward agreement, like dancers moving toward embrace. Inevitable but requiring the proper steps. By the time the sun touched the western hills, Aziru had made 3 sails and felt confident about 2 more. Jericho had been good to him, as it usually was. He would stay 2 or 3 days, maybe a week, selling his Egyptian goods and buying local products to take north, continuing the circuit of trade that made men like him necessary and kept cities like Jericho wealthy. As twilight deepened, he looked up at the walls, now silhouetted against the darkening sky. From inside, they felt protective rather than imposing. A shell that held the city safe, that made commerce possible. The guards would walk their circuits all night, watching for threats that probably would not come but might. Aziru unrolled his sleeping mat in a corner of the market where other traders had claimed space. His donkeys were secured, his goods carefully wrapped and placed where he could watch them. Tomorrow he would resume selling. But for now, he let the sounds of the city wash over him, the murmur of voices, the occasional laugh, the distant barking of dogs, the eternal whisper of the spring flowing through its channels. Safe inside the walls of Jericho, he slept. The weight of walls. You live inside the walls, have lived inside them all your life, and you rarely think about them anymore. They are simply there, as permanent as the hills to the west, as constant as the spring. When you were a child, you climbed them despite your mother's warnings, scrambling up the rough stones of the revetment until you could pull yourself onto the walkway at the top. The city spread below you like a map, and beyond the walls, the valley seemed to stretch forever. That was when you understood, viscerally, what the walls meant. Separation, inside and outside, us and them, safety and danger. Now you are grown, with children of your own, and you have responsibilities that keep you too busy for wall climbing. You work in your father's workshop, crafting pottery that is traded as far as the coast and beyond. Your hands know the feel of clay better than anything else. Wet and pliant, spinning on the wheel, yielding to pressure, becoming vessels that will hold grain or water or oil, that will last for generations if treated carefully, or shatter in an instant if dropped. But lately, you have been thinking about the walls again, not with a child's wonder, but with an adult's awareness of what they cost and what they provide. The maintenance is constant. Every spring, after the winter rains, there is assessment and repair. The mud brick of the upper wall suffers from moisture, especially on the weather-facing sides. Bricks crack and crumble, plaster washes away, gaps appear that must be filled before they widen. Every able man in the city is required to contribute labour. Several days each year spent hauling new bricks up the ramps, replacing damaged sections, replastering surfaces. You do your share. Though you resent the time away from your workshop, the pottery does not make itself, and your family depends on what you produce. But the city depends on the walls, and therefore you climb with the others, carrying your load, working under the direction of the master builders who inspect and plan and command. The work is hard and hot and sometimes dangerous. Men fall, occasionally, from the heights. They break bones or worse. Last year, an entire section of wall collapsed during repair, burying 3 workers. Their families were compensated with grain from the city stores. But compensation does not resurrect the dead. You think about this as you work, aware always of the drop behind you, of the need for caution, for attention to every handhold and foot placement. But you also understand the necessity. You have heard the stories, passed down from grandparents and their grandparents, of times when the city was not walled or when the walls were breached. Raiders from the desert or the hills, arriving without warning, taking what they wanted, killing those who resisted, burning houses and stores. The walls make such attacks rare. Not impossible, but rare enough that you can sleep without constant fear, can accumulate possessions without expecting to lose them, can plan for a future that extends beyond the next moon. The walls create space for civilization in all its forms. Craft specialization like your pottery, trade that brings exotic goods and new ideas, learning that can be passed from teacher to student, without the urgent press of survival overwhelming everything else. Inside the walls, children can be children for a few years before labor claims them. Inside the walls, the old can be cared for rather than abandoned when they can no longer keep up with the band. Inside the walls, life is more than mere survival, but the walls also create confinement. You have travelled beyond them, of course, to gather clay from specific deposits in the hills, to trade your pottery in smaller villages that dot the valley. Each time you pass through the gate, you feel a subtle shift, a change in alertness. Outside, you are more aware, more watchful, less relaxed. Danger is not constant outside, but it is possible in ways it is not inside. The difference is not absolute, but it is real. Your children play in the narrow streets, and you tell them the same things your mother told you. Stay away from the walls. Do not climb them. Do not wander near the gates. The walls are for adults, for guards, for those who understand what they represent. But inevitably, your eldest son climbs as you once did, drawn by the same curiosity, the same need to see what lies beyond the familiar. You find him atop the walkway one evening, sitting with his legs dangling over the edge on the inside, looking out at the darkening valley. You should punish him, perhaps, but instead, you sit beside him. Together you watch the last light fade from the hills. The fields are shadows now, the palm groves dark masses against the lighter ground. Somewhere out there, a fire flickers, perhaps shepherds or travellers camping for the night. "Why do we have walls, father?" your son asks. It is a simple question, but not a simple answer. You think about how to explain what you barely understand yourself. "Because people want what we have," you say finally. "The spring, the fields, the food we store. Without walls, they would take it. With walls, we can keep it, can share it among ourselves, can build lives that last. But the walls keep us in," your son says. "We cannot leave easily. We must always return." He has perceived something that children often miss. Walls constrain in both directions. You nod slowly. "That is true," you acknowledge. "The walls protect us, but they also bind us to this place. We cannot simply move on if times become hard, cannot abandon the city and start fresh elsewhere. We are committed to Jericho, for good or ill, as long as the walls stand." Your son considers this, his young face serious in the twilight. "Is it worth it?" he asks. You look back at the city, spread below you, at the houses where lamps are being lit, at the smoke rising from hearths where families gather for evening meals, at the familiar geography of streets and squares that you know as intimately as you know your own hands. This is your world, the only world you have ever really known. The walls define it, limit it, protect it. Yes, you say, though the word feels heavier than it should. Yes, it is worth it. The life we have inside these walls is richer, safer, more full of possibility than the life outside. But we must never forget what we have traded for that life. We have traded freedom of movement for security of place. We have traded the wide world for this one spot of earth and water. Your son nods as if he understands, though you suspect the full implications will only become clear to him as he grows, as he takes on the responsibilities of maintenance and defence, as he perhaps raises his own children inside these same walls. The stars are emerging now, pinpricks of light in the deepening blue. You stand, extend a hand to help your son up. Together, you make your way back down from the wall, carefully, always carefully, and return to your house where your wife has prepared the evening meal. The walls remain, patient and permanent, holding the city through another night, another year, another generation. They will stand long after you are gone, long after your son is gone, until the time comes when they fall or are simply abandoned, left to crumble back into the earth from which they were raised. But for now, they stand, and inside them, life continues, complex and fragile and precious, made possible by the weight of stone and brick that separates the known from the unknown, the safe from the dangerous, the city from everything else. Prosperity and vulnerability. Bronze Age Jericho in its prime was wealthy by the standards of its time. The city controlled not only the spring and the immediately surrounding fields, but also influence over trade routes, access to resources in the nearby hills, relationships with other cities that brought goods and information. Prosperity meant surplus, surplus meant leisure for some, and leisure meant culture, art, refinement beyond mere survival. The houses of wealthy families in Bronze Age Jericho would have contained objects that testified to this prosperity. Egyptian scarabs, small carved beetles that served as seals and amulets. Cypriot pottery, distinctive in its red and black patterns, that had travelled across the Mediterranean. Bronze jewellery, intricate in its design, that required not just metalworking skill but also access to tin, a rare metal that came from distant sources and commanded high prices. Storage jars filled with olive oil, with wine, with honey, luxuries that elevated meals from sustenance to pleasure. The wealthy ate well, not just bread and lentils but meat regularly, lamb and goat when animals were slaughtered, supplemented by fish from the Jordan and game from the hills. Fruits beyond dates, pomegranates, figs, grapes, nuts and seeds ground into pastes, herbs and spices that turned simple food into flavoured food. The difference between rich and poor in any city can often be measured by what they eat, and Bronze Age Jericho was no exception. Some families could afford multiple rooms, privacy for sleeping, separate spaces for storage and food preparation, and entertaining guests. Their walls were plastered smooth and sometimes painted with simple geometric designs or even figural art. Their floors were swept clean daily. Their courtyards were shaded with awnings or vegetation trained to grow over frames. But wealth in an agricultural city is always vulnerable in ways that wealth in later, more diversified economies might not be. Everything, ultimately, depended on the harvest. And the harvest depended on variables that could not be controlled. Rainfall, temperature, disease in the crops, pest infestations. A single bad year could strain the system. 2 consecutive bad years could be catastrophic. Bronze Age cities had developed strategies for managing this vulnerability. Storage was critical. If harvests were good, surplus grain was kept in city granaries. Large clay vessels sunk into the ground to keep the contents cool and dry, protected from rodents and insects as much as possible. This stored grain could tide the city over during lean years, could be distributed to prevent starvation, could be used to maintain social stability when the fields yielded less than needed. Tribute and trade relationships also provided buffers. A city in crisis might appeal to allies for food, might trade other goods for grain, might extract tribute from weaker neighbours or villages. The interconnection of cities in the Bronze Age, Levant created networks of mutual dependency that, in theory, allowed resources to flow where they were needed most. But these same networks created vulnerabilities. Cities competed for resources, for control of trade routes, for dominance in their regions. Bronze Age Canaan was not unified under a single authority, but rather a patchwork of city-states, each controlling its immediate hinterland, each jealous of its prerogatives, each ready to go to war over perceived slights or opportunities for expansion. Jericho's position at a crossroads was both blessing and curse. Trade flowed through, enriching the city, but so did armies. When Egypt and the Hittites struggled for control of Canaan, when Mesopotamian empires pushed westward, when local conflicts erupted into wider warfare, Jericho sat squarely in the path of marching soldiers. The walls provided defense, but walls can be besieged. Armies in the Bronze Age understood the basic principles of siege warfare. Surround the city, cut off its access to the spring if possible, prevent food from entering, and wait. Eventually, hunger would force surrender. The stronger the walls, the longer the siege would need to last, but patience could overcome even the mightiest fortifications. Alternatively, walls could be breached by direct assault. Battering rams, crude but effective, could pound at gates until wood splintered and bronze hinges tore free. Ladders could be raised, though defenders would fight desperately to push them back. Fire could be used against gates or against sections of wall where wooden elements provided fuel. Undermining, digging beneath walls to collapse them, was possible if the geology cooperated. The archaeological record of Bronze Age Jericho shows multiple destruction layers, evidence that the city was violently destroyed more than once, then rebuilt, then destroyed again. Each destruction tells a story of failure: walls that did not hold, defenders who were overwhelmed, a city sacked and burned. Each rebuilding tells a story of resilience: survivors who returned, or new inhabitants who saw value in the location despite its tragic history. People who believed that this time, this iteration of Jericho would endure. This cycle of prosperity and destruction characterized much of Bronze Age Canaan. Cities rose and fell with a regularity that suggests the system itself was unstable, that the concentration of wealth and population in urban centers created targets too tempting, tensions too volatile to maintain peace for long periods. Yet people kept building cities, kept concentrating in urban centers despite the risks. The advantages outweighed the dangers, or perhaps there simply seemed no alternative. Once you commit to agriculture, to sedentary life, to the storage and accumulation of surplus, you need the defensive structures and social organization that cities provide. You need walls. Whether or not those walls ultimately protect you, Jericho thrived and Jericho suffered. And through it all, the spring flowed. Conquerors came and went, dynasties rose and fell, but the water that had made the first settlement possible continued to make every subsequent settlement possible. As long as the spring flowed, someone would live at Jericho. The city might be destroyed, but the location could not be. This was the fundamental tension of Bronze Age urban life: the vulnerability of what you had built versus the inevitability that someone would build something there. Destruction was temporary. Abandonment, in a place like Jericho, was temporary. Only the spring was permanent, and therefore, in some sense, the city was permanent too, regardless of how many times it fell and rose again. The Book of Joshua. There is a story, ancient and powerful, woven so deeply into religious tradition that it has shaped how billions of people understand Jericho. It is a story of conquest and divine intervention, of faith rewarded and walls destroyed, of a city whose fate was sealed before the first trumpet sounded. The story comes from the Book of Joshua, the sixth book of the Hebrew Bible, the Christian Old Testament. It tells of the Israelites, freed from slavery in Egypt, wandering in the desert for a generation, finally poised to enter the promised land. Joshua, successor to Moses, leads them. They cross the Jordan River, and the first city they must take is Jericho. According to the biblical account, God commands Joshua to march around Jericho once a day for 6 days. The armed men of Israel are to lead the procession, followed by 7 priests carrying ram's horns, then the Ark of the Covenant, containing the tablets of the law, then more armed men. The priests are to blow the horns continuously, but the people are to remain silent, not speaking a word, not making any sound except the eerie blast of the horns. On the 7th day, the procedure changes. The procession circles the city not once but 7 times. On the 7th circuit, at Joshua's command, the priests give one long blast on the horns, and all the people shout with a great shout. And the walls of Jericho, those mighty walls that had protected the city for centuries, fall down flat. The Israelites rush in. The city is taken, and according to the text, everything in Jericho is devoted to destruction. Men and women, young and old, oxen and sheep and donkeys, all killed by the sword. The city is burned. Only Rahab the prostitute and her family are spared. because she had hidden Israelite spies earlier and helped them escape. The silver and gold, the vessels of bronze and iron, are taken for the Lord's treasury. Everything else is ash. Joshua pronounces a curse. Cursed before the Lord be the man who rises up and rebuilds this city, Jericho. At the cost of his firstborn shall he lay its foundation, and at the cost of his youngest son shall he set up its gates. It is a powerful story, dramatic and memorable. The image of the walls collapsing at a shout, the idea of divine power, overwhelming human fortifications, has inspired countless sermons, songs, spirituals. Joshua fit the Battle of Jericho, and the walls came tumbling down. For believers, the story demonstrates God's faithfulness to his promises, his power over all earthly obstacles, the importance of obedience to divine commands. For thousands of years, people have read or heard this story and understood it as historical fact, as evidence of God's intervention in human history, as proof that faith can literally move mountains, or at least collapse walls. But for archaeologists, the story presents profound difficulties. When does the story take place? The Bible itself does not provide precise dates in terms we can correlate to our calendar. Traditional Jewish chronology places the Exodus from Egypt around the 15th century BC, which would put Joshua's conquest around 1400 BC or slightly later. Some scholars prefer a 13th century date for the Exodus, pushing the conquest into the 1200s BC. Still others question whether the Exodus and conquest happened as described at all, suggesting instead that the Israelites emerged from within Canaan rather than conquering it from outside. These dating questions matter because archaeology can only test claims about specific time periods. If you say Jericho fell to Joshua in 1400 BC, then excavations should find evidence of a thriving city destroyed around that date. If you say 1200 BC, then the evidence should match that time frame instead. What does the evidence actually show? This is where the story becomes complicated, where faith and archaeology, tradition and material reality begin to diverge in ways that are uncomfortable for those who need them to align. The archaeological evidence. Kathleen Kenyon came to Jericho in the 1950s, seeking to clarify the archaeological picture that earlier excavators had confused. What she found, through careful stratigraphic excavation and meticulous pottery analysis, was a sequence of occupation and destruction that did not match the biblical narrative as traditionally understood. The most impressive walls at Jericho, the massive fortifications that seem to fit the biblical description, date to the early Bronze Age and Middle Bronze Age. Specifically, the walls that Garstang had identified as Joshua's walls turned out to be much older, constructed around 3000 BC and destroyed around 1600 BC. That is approximately 1600 years before the Common Era, at the very end of the Middle Bronze Age. This destruction, which is dramatic and unmistakable in the archaeological record, involved fire. The city burned intensely enough to bake the mud brick walls red in places, to leave thick layers of ash and charred material. This was not gradual abandonment, but violent, sudden catastrophe. Someone destroyed Bronze Age Jericho thoroughly, but who, and when precisely? Kenyon dated this destruction to approximately 1550 BC, give or take a few decades. This was based on the pottery styles found in the destruction layer, on comparison with other sites where chronologies were better established, on radiocarbon dating, though the technique was still in its infancy during her excavations. 1550 BC is far too early for Joshua's conquest if we follow either traditional or revised chronologies for the Exodus. Even the earliest proposed dates for the conquest place it no sooner than 1400 BC, a gap of 150 years or more from Kenyon's destruction. A century and a half is not a small margin of error. It represents 6 or 7 generations, enough time for the memory of events to transform beyond recognition. But the timing problem is only the beginning of the difficulties. More troubling is what Kenyon found, or rather did not find, In the late Bronze Age layers, the period when Joshua would have arrived regardless of which specific date you prefer. After the destruction around 1550 BC, Jericho was not immediately rebuilt. There is a gap, perhaps a century or more, when the site shows minimal occupation or none at all. When people did return, probably in the 14th century BC, they created only a small settlement, nothing like the fortified city that had existed before. No massive walls were built, no substantial structures appeared. The pottery is sparse and poor in quality. This minimal late Bronze Age occupation continued for perhaps a century or two. Then, sometime in the 13th century BC, even this small presence seems to end. By 1200 BC, if not earlier, Jericho was essentially abandoned. The tell was empty, or nearly so, perhaps used seasonally by shepherds or farmers, but not occupied by an urban community. This means that during the late Bronze Age, the period when Joshua's conquest would have occurred, Jericho was at best a village, and at worst unoccupied. There were no mighty walls to tumble down. There was no wealthy city to plunder. There was, depending on exactly when you look, either very little or nothing at all. This absence of evidence is deeply problematic for those who read the book of Joshua as straightforward historical reporting. How can Joshua have conquered a fortified city that did not exist? How can walls have fallen that were not standing? How can there have been a great victory over a place that was barely inhabited? Kenyon published her findings carefully, acknowledging the implications, but not pushing them more than the evidence demanded. She was not trying to disprove the Bible, merely reporting what her excavations revealed. She noted that if Joshua conquered Jericho, it must have been a very different place from the walled city described in the biblical text. Either the biblical account had telescoped different time periods together, merging memories of the older Bronze Age city with the later conquest, or the literary description had exaggerated or misremembered the actual circumstances, or some other explanation was needed. Other archaeologists have continued excavating at Jericho since Kenyon, most notably Lorenzo Negro and Niccolo Marchetti, in recent decades. Their work has refined, but not fundamentally changed Kenyon's conclusions. The late Bronze Age occupation at Jericho was indeed minimal. The pottery assemblages confirm the dating. Radiocarbon results support the chronology. Some scholars have attempted to resolve the conflict by proposing new dates for the Exodus and conquest, pushing them back to the 16th or 17th century BC to align with the destruction Kenyon found. But this creates other problems. The biblical text contains details that seem to reflect Iron Age realities rather than Bronze Age ones. The correlation with Egyptian history becomes impossible, and the overall chronology of Israelite history collapses into incoherence. Others have suggested that erosion destroyed the late Bronze Age remains at Jericho, that Kenyon simply missed the evidence because weather and time had removed it. But Kenyon's excavation technique was sound, her stratigraphic control excellent. If substantial late Bronze Age walls had existed, she would have found their foundations even if their superstructures had eroded. She found no such foundations. Still others propose that the biblical story preserves a memory of the earlier Middle Bronze Age destruction, that over centuries of oral transmission, the details were adapted and the event was placed in a different historical context. This allows the story to contain a kernel of historical truth, an actual destroyed city, while acknowledging that it has been reframed as part of the conquest narrative. But for those who need the Bible to be historically accurate in every detail, none of these solutions is satisfying. The gap between what the text says and what the archaeology shows is not small enough to be bridged by dating uncertainties or methodological quibbles. It is a fundamental mismatch. This does not mean the story of Joshua is worthless or false in all its dimensions. Stories can be true in ways that are not historical, can convey meaning and values and identity without being literal eyewitness accounts. The Joshua narrative served and serves important religious and communal functions, teaching lessons about faith, obedience, divine power, and covenant. But as history in the sense that archaeologists use the term as a record of what actually happened at a specific time and place, the story of Joshua conquering Jericho does not align with the material evidence from Tel es-Sultan. The walls that fell, if they fell, were not the walls of Joshua's time. The city that burned, if it burned in a way that matches the biblical description, burned centuries before the Israelites would have arrived. This is the uncomfortable truth that archaeology has revealed. Faith and history, though they sometimes coincide, are not the same thing. What people believe happened and what actually happened do not always match. And at Jericho, the space between belief and evidence is vast enough that no amount of ingenuity has yet been able to fully close it. The dating controversy, the tension between biblical chronology and archaeological evidence at Jericho has generated decades of scholarly debate, much of it contentious, some of it acrimonious. At stake is not merely the date of ancient walls, but the reliability of biblical narrative, the relationship between faith and science, and the question of how we know what we claim to know about the past. The traditional approach to biblical archaeology, dominant in the early 20th century, was to use the Bible as a guide for excavation. If the text said that an event happened at a particular place, archaeologists would dig there, expecting to find confirmation. When pottery or destruction layers or walls were uncovered, they were often interpreted through the lens of biblical narrative first, archaeological context second. John Garstang exemplified this approach. He found destroyed walls at Jericho, dated them to approximately 1500 BC, based on the pottery and his understanding of Egyptian chronology, and concluded that he had discovered Joshua's Jericho. The fit seemed good enough, the dates close enough, that he felt justified in making the identification. But Kathleen Kenyon represented a new generation of archaeologists who insisted on letting the material evidence speak first, interpreting it on its own terms before comparing it to any textual sources. Her stratigraphic method and careful pottery analysis led her to conclusions that contradicted Garstang's. The walls he dated to 1500 BC were actually older, destroyed around 1600 BC, and the late Bronze Age, when Joshua would have arrived, showed minimal occupation. Kenyon's work sparked what would become known as the low chronology debate. Some scholars accepted her findings and concluded that the conquest narrative in Joshua was largely legendary, or at least could not be confirmed archaeologically. Others, particularly those with strong religious commitments to biblical accuracy, searched for ways to reconcile the archaeology with the text. One attempt involved revising the date of the Exodus itself. If the archaeological evidence showed Jericho destroyed around 1600 BC, perhaps that was when Joshua actually conquered it, and the traditional chronology was simply wrong. Proponents of this early Exodus theory pointed to certain biblical passages that could be interpreted to support a 15th century date, and argued that this aligned better with the archaeology. But this solution created more problems than it solved. An early Exodus date conflicted with Egyptian historical records, with the archaeology of other sites in Canaan that show different patterns, and with the overall sequence of Israelite history as reconstructed from multiple sources. Moving one date to fix one site creates ripple effects that disturb the entire chronological framework. Another approach focused on radiocarbon dating. Could carbon-14 analysis, which measures the decay of radioactive carbon in organic materials, provide more precise dates for Jericho's destructions? Kenyon had used radiocarbon dating, but the technique in the 1950s was less refined than it would become. Perhaps newer methods would yield different results. Samples from Kenyon's excavations were reanalyzed in later decades using improved techniques. The results largely confirmed her chronology. The major Middle Bronze Age destruction dated to approximately 1600 BC, with error margins of a few decades. Late Bronze Age occupation was sparse and late, certainly no earlier than 1400 BC, and possibly much later. A few scholars, most notably Bryant Wood in the 1990s, challenged Kenyon's conclusions, arguing that she had misdated the pottery and that the destruction layer she attributed to the Middle Bronze Age actually belonged to the Late Bronze Age. Wood suggested a date around 1400 BC for this destruction, which would align with one possible conquest date. But Wood's arguments have not been widely accepted by the archaeological community. His pottery redating relied on selective evidence and required ignoring or reinterpreting much of what Kenyon had carefully documented. Subsequent excavations have not supported his chronology. The consensus remains that Kenyon was essentially correct about the dates, even if some details have been refined. The debate reveals something important about how history is constructed. Archaeological evidence is never self-interpreting. Pottery must be dated by comparison with other pottery from other sites where the chronology is known. Destruction layers must be analysed and their causes determined. Radiocarbon dates come with error margins and must be calibrated against other dating systems. Every conclusion rests on a network of assumptions and prior knowledge. This means there is always room for disagreement, always space for alternative interpretations, especially when the evidence is incomplete or ambiguous. And evidence from the distant past is almost always incomplete. Walls erode. Artifacts are lost or destroyed. Context is disturbed by later building or natural processes. We are reconstructing ancient events from fragmentary clues, trying to read a story when most of the pages have been torn out. But incompleteness does not mean all interpretations are equally valid. Some fit the evidence better than others. Some require fewer unsupported assumptions. Some align with what we know from other sites and sources. The scholarly consensus about Jericho's chronology exists not because archaeologists are biased against the Bible, but because the weight of evidence, carefully evaluated, points to certain conclusions rather than others. For many people, this is unsatisfying. They want certainty, not probability. They want the Bible confirmed, not questioned. They want faith and science to agree perfectly, rather than creating the tension that requires nuanced thinking. But tension is where truth often lives, in the uncomfortable space between certainty and doubt, between what we wish were true and what the evidence suggests. The story of Jericho's walls, both in the biblical text and in the archaeological record, cannot be made to align perfectly. Something has to give, either our understanding of the text, or our interpretation of the archaeology, or our need for perfect harmony between them. The walls fell. That much is certain from the archaeology. Jericho was destroyed violently, probably more than once, across its long history. But when exactly they fell, and who pushed them down, and whether divine intervention played any role, these questions cannot be answered by trowel and brush alone. They require choices about what kinds of knowledge we value, what kinds of evidence we trust, and how we navigate the inevitable gaps between what we believe and what we can prove. What actually happened? If we set aside the biblical narrative temporarily, not dismissing it but bracketing it, and ask simply what the archaeology tells us about Jericho's destructions, a picture emerges that is less dramatic than the Book of Joshua, but perhaps more humanly interesting in its complexity. The major Middle Bronze Age destruction, around 1600 BC, was real, violent, and thorough. The city burned hot enough to bake brick, to destroy buildings completely, to leave ash layers that would still be visible 4,000 years later. This was not gradual decline, but catastrophic end. Who destroyed Bronze Age Jericho? The archaeology cannot answer this with certainty. There are no inscriptions declaring Pharaoh so-and-so conquered this city, or king whoever burned these walls. What we have is the pharaoh, material evidence of destruction, and some historical context that might explain it. The 16th century BC was a period of upheaval across the eastern Mediterranean and the Near East. In Egypt, the Hyksos dynasty, foreign rulers who had controlled the Nile Delta for over a century, were being expelled by native Egyptian forces. As the Hyksos fled, Egyptian armies pursued them into Canaan. Cities that had been allied with the Hyksos or that resisted Egyptian expansion were attacked. Jericho's destruction might have occurred during this Egyptian reconquest of Canaan. An army marching up from the Nile Delta into the Jordan Valley would have passed by or through Jericho. If the city resisted, if it refused to submit, if it foolishly imagined its walls could protect it against Egyptian military might, then destruction would have followed. Egyptian armies of the New Kingdom were formidable. Professional soldiers, siege equipment, coordinated tactics, a military tradition that had been refined over centuries. Alternatively, the destruction might have resulted from conflicts between Canaanite city-states themselves. Bronze Age Canaan was politically fragmented, a patchwork of competing powers. Intercity warfare was common. A rival city, or a coalition of cities, might have besieged Jericho, eventually breaching the walls and sacking the city. The archaeological evidence of destruction cannot distinguish between conquest by a foreign power and destruction by local enemies. Burned buildings and collapsed walls look the same regardless of who lit the fires or pushed the stones. There is also the possibility of earthquake. The Jordan Valley sits along a major geological fault line, the Dead Sea Transform, where the African and Arabian tectonic plates grind past each other. Earthquakes are common in this region, have been throughout recorded history, and can be devastating. A major earthquake could have collapsed Jericho's walls, started fires as hearths toppled into combustible materials, and created the destruction layers that archaeologists later found. Some scholars have suggested that the biblical story might preserve a memory of earthquake destruction, reinterpreted through the lens of faith as divine intervention. The walls falling flat, which would be the natural result of seismic collapse, becomes in the narrative a miracle triggered by trumpet blasts and shouting. This reading allows the story to contain historical kernel, an actual fallen wall, while acknowledging that its theological interpretation was added later. But we cannot know for certain. The 16th century BC destruction might have been military conquest, earthquake, or some combination of both. An earthquake that weakened the walls, followed by an attack that finished what the tremors began. An attack that succeeded partly because a recent earthquake had damaged the defences. What we do know is that after this destruction, Jericho did not quickly recover. The gap in occupation, the century or more, when the site was abandoned or nearly so, suggests that whatever happened was traumatic enough to make people fear returning or impossible economic conditions that made rebuilding unviable. Cities do not abandon prime locations like Jericho without powerful reasons. When settlement resumed in the late Bronze Age, it was modest, a village rather than a city, unfortified or minimally fortified, showing none of the prosperity or power of the earlier Bronze Age city. This was not Jericho reborn, but Jericho diminished, a shadow of its former self. This late Bronze Age settlement persisted for several centuries, through a period when the entire Levant was in flux. Egyptian control over Canaan weakened. The great powers of the late Bronze Age, Egypt and the Hittites and the Mesopotamian kingdoms, struggled with each other and with internal problems. Trade networks fractured. Cities declined or were abandoned. Climatic changes, including severe droughts documented in texts and climate proxies, may have made agriculture more difficult and pushed populations toward crisis. Around 1200 BC, give or take a few decades, the entire Bronze Age world system collapsed. Historians call it the Bronze Age collapse, a cascade of failures that destroyed empires and ended civilizations across the eastern Mediterranean. The causes are debated, probably multiple and reinforcing. Drought, famine, invasions by the mysterious sea peoples, internal rebellions, economic breakdown, the collapse of trade systems. But the effects are clear. Within a few generations, the great palace complexes of the Mycenaeans in Greece fell. The Hittite Empire in Anatolia disappeared. coastal cities in the Levant were destroyed. Egypt entered a period of decline. Jericho, already diminished, was caught in this wider collapse. The small late Bronze Age settlement was abandoned. The tell stood empty, or nearly so, for a considerable period. When occupation resumed in the Iron Age, it was yet another beginning, another iteration of settlement at this eternally attractive location. None of this matches the biblical narrative of Joshua conquering a mighty walled city. The timeline is wrong, the scale is wrong, and so the walls that Joshua supposedly knocked down were not standing when he would have arrived. But perhaps the story captures a deeper truth, one that is not about specific dates or specific walls, but about the relationship between faith and conquest, between divine promise and human action, between the ambition to claim a land and the need to justify that claim through narrative. The Israelites, whoever they were, and whenever they emerged as a distinct people in Canaan, needed an origin story. They needed to explain how they came to possess the land, how their claim was legitimate, how their God had given them victory over obstacles that seemed insurmountable. The story of Jericho's walls falling serves that purpose perfectly, whether or not it describes historical events accurately. And perhaps, over centuries of telling and retelling, memories of an actual destroyed city, the impressive Middle Bronze Age ruins that would have been visible on the tell were incorporated into the conquest narrative. The storytellers knew that Jericho had once been mighty, had once had impressive walls, had once fallen dramatically. These facts became part of the story, even if their timing and causation were transformed. This is how oral tradition works, how communal memory functions. Events are remembered not with historical precision, but with narrative coherence. Details that serve the story are preserved. Details that do not are forgotten or changed. The past is reshaped to explain the present, to justify current arrangements, to teach lessons that the community values. We do this still in our own times. National myths, founding stories, heroic legends, they all take historical fragments and arrange them into narratives that serve purposes beyond mere accuracy. The difference is that now we have archaeology, written records, scientific dating methods that allow us to check the stories against material evidence, to separate what probably happened from what we wish had happened. At Jericho, the evidence is clear. The walls fell, but not when Joshua supposedly pushed them. The city burned, but not during the conquest described in the Bible. Something happened at Jericho, probably multiple somethings across its long history. But those events do not align neatly with the religious narrative that has shaped how millions of people understand the city. And perhaps that is acceptable. Perhaps stories and history can both be valuable without being identical. Perhaps the book of Joshua can teach important religious truths, even if it does not accurately describe 14th or 13th century BC events. Perhaps the archaeological Jericho and the biblical Jericho can coexist, each illuminating different aspects of human experience, each valid in its own domain. The walls fell. They fell to Egyptian armies, or Canaanite rivals, or earthquake, or time itself. They fell, and then they were built again, and then they fell again, because that is what walls do over enough centuries. The story of their falling became legend, became scripture, became a story told to children about faith and power, and the God who delivers his people. Both the material walls and the legendary walls matter. Both have shaped human consciousness. And at the tell, under the sun, the stones remain, waiting for anyone with questions to come and dig and try to understand what actually happened in this place that has meant so much to so many for so long. The silent centuries. After each destruction, after each burning and collapse, after each abandonment, when the last families finally gathered what they could carry and left the tell to its ghosts, there followed periods of silence. Not absolute silence, never that, because nature abhors emptiness and rushes to fill it, but human silence, the absence of voices, of footsteps, of fires lit, and meals cooked, and children playing in narrow streets. During these silent periods, the tell changed without human hands, guiding the change. Rain fell, as it always does eventually in the Jordan Valley, sometimes in winter storms that turned the wadis into temporary rivers, sometimes in gentle showers that barely dampened the dust. Water seeped into mud brick, softening it, returning it gradually to the mud from which it was formed. Walls slumped. Roofs that had survived destruction finally collapsed under their own weight, sending beams crashing down into rooms where no one would hear them fall. Wind, that patient sculptor, moved across the ruins with endless persistence. It carried dust and sand, depositing it in corners, in collapsed doorways, in the protected spaces where walls still stood. Millimetre by millimetre, layer upon invisible layer, the wind built new ground on top of old, burying what had been exposed, softening the sharp edges of destruction, making the ruins gentle. Plants found their way in, as plants always do. Seeds carried by wind or birds or passing animals discovered cracks in stones, pockets of soil in courtyards, collapsed roofs where earth had accumulated. They germinated, sent roots down into the rubble, pushed stems up toward light. Thorny shrubs that could survive on minimal water took hold. Grasses sprouted seasonally, green in winter, brown and brittle in summer. Date palms, grown from seeds dropped by birds who had fed in the groves near the spring, sent up new growth where houses had stood. Animals returned too, but different animals from those the city had known. No more donkeys in pens, goats in enclosures, dogs sleeping in doorways. Instead, wild creatures, jackals denning in collapsed buildings, hyenas passing through on their nocturnal hunts, snakes sunning on stones, scorpions sheltering in crevices, rats and mice making homes in the ruins. Finding grain that had spilled from broken storage jars and somehow survived, protected by the dry climate. The spring continued its eternal work, flowing as it had before there was a city and would flow long after the last city fell, but without human hands to direct it, to maintain the channels and clean the pools and prevent overgrowth. The spring's water spread more widely, creating marshes where fields had been, encouraging reeds and rushes, changing the landscape from cultivated to wild. At night, under stars that had watched the city at its height, and now watched its absence, the tell was dark. No fires burned, no lamps glowed. The darkness was complete in a way that modern people rarely experience. A darkness so total that shapes disappeared, that the world became only sound and scent and the memory of sight. Owls hunted across the ruins, their calls eerie in the silence. Bats emerged from crevices in collapsed walls, fluttering into the night, to feed on insects. Sometimes people passed by, travelling along the valley, following the trade routes that remained, even when cities did not. They would see the tell, recognise it for what it was, the remains of a place where people once lived. They might stop to explore, to search for usable stones or intact pottery, to scavenge what the ruins might still offer. They might camp nearby, using the spring, grateful for its water, then move on the next day or the next week, leaving no trace of their passing. And sometimes, during these silent periods, someone would consider rebuilding. They would stand on the tell, survey the ruins, calculate the effort required to make the city live again. They would see the spring still flowing and think, this is possible, this could be done. The location is too valuable to remain abandoned forever. But rebuilding is not simple. It requires not just labour but vision, not just individuals but community, not just hope but confidence that the same fate that befell the previous city will not immediately befall the new one. It requires belief that the future will be different from the past, that this time the walls will hold, the harvests will come, the city will endure. Sometimes that belief was present and rebuilding began. Other times, the ruins simply waited, patient as the stones themselves, accumulating more dust, more vegetation, more layers of abandonment, while the spring flowed and the seasons turned, and the valley continued its ancient rhythms without needing human presence to give it meaning. These silent centuries between occupations were not meaningless. They were part of Jericho's story as much as the occupied centuries. They were the pauses between verses, the rests in music that give rhythm its structure. They were times when the earth reclaimed what humans had taken, when nature reminded everyone that permanence is always temporary, that building is easier than maintaining, that the default state of human structures is not standing but fallen, and they were preparation, in a sense, for what would come next. Each period of silence ended eventually. Someone always returned, drawn by the spring, by the location, by the ancestral memory that this place had been important once and could be important again. They came back, and they built again, and the city rose once more from its own ruins, each iteration learning from and building upon what had come before. Even if those lessons were unconscious, embedded in the landscape rather than preserved in written records, the tell grew taller with each cycle. Each destruction added to the height. Each rebuilding raised the ground level. Each abandonment let nature deposit more sediment. The city was literally rising, climbing toward the sky on the backs of its former selves, creating the mound that would eventually rise 20 meters above the valley floor. In the silence, this accumulation continued. Wind and rain and time did their work. And when people finally returned, when the next builders arrived to begin again, they built on top of everything that had come before, usually without knowing or caring what lay beneath their foundations. They built on silence, on abandonment, on the patient work of natural forces, reclaiming human spaces. And the cycle continued, as it had for thousands of years, as it would for thousands more. Building and destruction, occupation and abandonment, the city rising and falling and rising again, each time different, but each time recognizably Jericho, the same spring, the same location, the same fundamental human impulse to stay in one place despite all evidence that staying is dangerous, that building is futile, that permanence is impossible. The spring flowed, the tell waited, and eventually, inevitably, someone came back. The city reborn. They always came back. That is perhaps the most remarkable thing about Jericho, more remarkable even than its age or its walls. No matter how thoroughly it was destroyed, no matter how long it lay abandoned, eventually someone returned and began building again. The spring ensured it. Geography demanded it. The location was simply too valuable, too strategic, too blessed with resources to remain empty forever. In the Iron Age, perhaps around 700 BC, though dates are uncertain, substantial occupation resumed. This was a different world from the Bronze Age. The great empires of the second millennium were gone, replaced by new powers and new political arrangements. Israel and Judah, the kingdoms of the Israelites, controlled the highlands to the west. The Moabites and Ammonites held the plateau to the east. Egypt, though diminished from its new kingdom glory, still cast a long shadow. And from Mesopotamia, the Assyrians were beginning their westward expansion that would eventually engulf the entire Levant. Iron Age Jericho was modest compared to its Bronze Age predecessor. The massive fortifications were not rebuilt, at least not on the same scale. Perhaps the resources were not available. Perhaps the population was smaller. Perhaps the military technology of the Iron Age, with iron weapons and more sophisticated siege techniques, made such massive static defences less effective. Whatever the reason, Iron Age Jericho was more village than city, more agricultural settlement than military stronghold. But it was occupied, and it persisted. Through the Assyrian conquest of the northern kingdom of Israel in 722 BC, through the Babylonian conquest of the southern kingdom of Judah in 586 BC, through the exile and the return, through the Persian period, when Cyrus the Great allowed the Jews to return from Babylon and rebuild Jerusalem, Jericho remained. The Persian period brought new prosperity. Under Persian rule, the Levant enjoyed relative peace and economic integration into a vast empire stretching from India to Egypt. Jericho, strategically located and blessed with water, benefited from this stability. The settlement grew, agriculture expanded, trade networks reconnected cities that war had isolated. When Alexander the Great swept through the region in 332 BC, conquering the Persian Empire and inaugurating the Hellenistic Age, Jericho adapted again. Greek became the language of administration and trade. Greek architectural styles influenced building. Greek names appeared alongside Semitic ones. The city became, like much of the Eastern Mediterranean, a hybrid space where Greek and Near Eastern cultures mixed and merged. The Hellenistic period saw Jericho expand significantly. The old tell was still occupied, but settlement spread beyond it, creating a larger urban area that took advantage of improved irrigation techniques to water more extensive fields. The city produced dates and balsam, a resinous plant whose aromatic oils were highly valued in the ancient world for medicine and perfume. Balsam groves around Jericho became famous. Their products traded across the Mediterranean. In 63 BC, the Roman general Pompey conquered the Levant, bringing it under Roman control. This initiated a new phase in Jericho's history. The Romans understood the value of the oasis and invested in it. But more importantly, Herod the Great, the Roman client king who ruled Judea from 37 BC to 4 BC, loved Jericho and made it one of his favourite residences, a winter palace. Picture the scene around 10 BC. Herod the Great, aging and paranoid, but still powerful, still ambitious, has decided to build yet another palace. He already has palaces in Jerusalem, in Masada, in Herodium, but Jericho offers something these other locations do not. Pleasant winter weather, abundant water, proximity to Jerusalem, but far enough away to feel like escape. The location Herod chooses is not the old tell where the ancient city stood, but a new site south of it, along the banks of the Wadi Kelt, where seasonal streams provide additional water. Here, Roman engineering and Herodian ambition will create something unprecedented in the Jordan Valley. The palace complex, when completed, will cover a vast area. Multiple buildings, courtyards, gardens, pools. The architecture is thoroughly Roman in style. Colonnades, mosaics, frescoed walls, the decorative language of the empire applied to this desert oasis. But the materials are local. Stone from the nearby hills, mud brick for less visible structures, palm timber for roofing. Water is everywhere, channeled and directed with the skill that Roman engineering had perfected. Aqueducts bring water from springs in the hills, supplementing the ancient spring of Jericho. The water flows into pools for swimming, into channels that feed gardens, into elaborate fountains that provide both cooling and beauty. In a landscape where water is precious, where every drop must be husbanded carefully, Herod's palace uses it lavishly, a display of wealth and power. Gardens surround the palace, carefully planned and maintained. Date palms provide food and shade. Sycamore figs offer fruit. Flowering plants from across the empire create colour and fragrance. The balsam groves, those famous Jericho balsams whose oil was worth more than gold by weight, are carefully cultivated and guarded. Herod knows their value, controls their production, gifts their oil to visiting dignitaries and foreign rulers. Inside the palace, luxury is the governing principle. Mosaics cover the floors, geometric patterns, and occasionally figural scenes, though Herod is careful not to offend Jewish sensibilities too much with representational art. The walls are frescoed with colours that remain vivid even in the dry heat. Reds and yellows and blues, panels imitating marble, architectural illusions that make rooms seem larger than they are. There are bathing facilities. Of course, Romans bathed. And Herod, though ethnically Idumean and religiously Jewish, was culturally Roman in his tastes. Hot baths, cold baths, warm baths, all fed by the elaborate water system. Servants maintain the fires that heat the water, clean the pools, ensure that everything is ready whenever the king decides to visit. Herod does not live at Jericho year-round. Jerusalem is his capital, where politics and power demand his presence. But in winter, when Jerusalem is cold and damp, when the highlands are wrapped in clouds and rain, Jericho offers escape. The valley is warm even in January, pleasant in a way that the hill country cannot match. Here, Herod can rest, can entertain guests, can enjoy the fruits of his enormous wealth and power. But even in leisure, Herod cannot escape his nature. He is suspicious, fearful of plots, constantly aware of enemies real and imagined. But the palace, for all its beauty, is also a fortress. Guards watch the approaches. Visitors are carefully controlled. Herod has killed rivals, killed family members, killed anyone he perceived as a threat. The palace is a golden cage, luxurious but imprisoning. He dies at Jericho, or nearby, in 4 BC. The sources disagree on details, but most place his death in the Jordan Valley, perhaps at the palace complex he built, perhaps at Calero across the Jordan, where hot springs offered relief for his failing health. The diseases that consume him in his final years are described in gruesome detail by the historian Josephus. Pain, itching, intestinal problems, difficulty breathing, convulsions. Modern scholars speculate about chronic kidney disease, diabetes, other conditions, but certainty is impossible. What is certain is that Herod's death marks another transition for Jericho. His kingdom is divided among his sons. The palace complex continues to be used but loses its central importance. New dynasties, new rulers, new empires will follow, each leaving their mark, each using Jericho for their own purposes. Under Roman rule, Jericho becomes a garrison town, a place where soldiers are stationed to watch the roads and maintain order. It is not particularly important in Roman terms, not a major city or administrative centre, but it is useful. The balsam groves continue to produce their valuable oil. The dates feed local populations and are shipped to distant markets. Life continues. Roman style but with local characteristics. A hybrid existence that is neither fully Roman nor fully Jewish, but something in between. The Romans will hold the region for centuries, through revolts and wars, through the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD, and the crushing of the Bar Kokhba revolt in 135 AD. Through all of this, Jericho persists, less dramatic than Jerusalem, less symbolic, but present, occupied, economically viable. Later, Byzantine Christians will build churches at Jericho, marking sites associated with biblical events, turning the oasis into a place of pilgrimage, the spring where Joshua's forces supposedly camped, the road where Jesus encountered the blind beggar, the sycamore tree where Zacchaeus, the tax collector, climbed to see Jesus pass by. All these become sacred geography, mapped and visited and venerated. And later still, after the Islamic conquests of the 7th century AD, Jericho will continue under Muslim rule, adapting again, maintaining its identity as an oasis and crossroads, while the political and religious landscape transforms around it. Through all these changes, through all these iterations of occupation and rule, the spring flows, the date palms grow, the valley's winter warmth continues to attract those who can afford to escape colder climates. And the Tell, the ancient mound where the first city stood, remains visible but largely ignored, its secrets buried deep, waiting for archaeologists who will not arrive for centuries to begin the patient work of excavation and interpretation. The geography of fate. Some places seem destined for significance, not by anything inherent in the rocks or soil, but by the accident of location, by the intersection of geography and human need. Jericho is such a place. You cannot understand its history, cannot explain its persistence across 10,000 years without understanding why this particular combination of water and position, makes settlement not merely possible but inevitable. Begin with the spring. Ines Sultan produces roughly 1,000 cubic meters of water per day and has produced that amount or close to it for geological ages. This is not a seasonal spring that flows only after rains, not a trickle that might fail during drought. This is permanent water, reliable water, emerging from deep aquifers that are replenished by precipitation falling on the hills to the west, percolating through limestone, collecting underground, finally emerging at Jericho, at the lowest point in the hydraulic system. The chemistry of the spring water is favourable. It is not brackish, not heavily mineralised, not contaminated by salts from the Dead Sea despite the proximity. It is, quite simply, good drinking water, and it has been for as long as people have inhabited the region. But many places have springs. Water alone does not explain Jericho's importance. Geography provides the rest of the explanation. The Jordan Valley forms a natural corridor running north-south, part of the larger Syrian-African Rift Valley system that extends from Turkey to Mozambique. This corridor has served as a highway for humans since our species first migrated out of Africa. To travel between Egypt and Mesopotamia, between Africa and Asia, you either go through the coastal plain to the west, where sand and sea limit your routes, or through the Jordan Valley, where water and relatively flat terrain make movement easier. Jericho sits at a strategic point in this corridor, near the best ford across the Jordan River, for many miles in either direction. Anyone moving north or south would naturally pass through or near Jericho. Anyone wanting to control trade or troop movements in the valley would want to control Jericho. But the valley is only part of the story. To the west, routes climb from the valley floor up through the Judean hills toward Jerusalem, toward the spine of the highlands, toward the entire upland region. These routes are steep, challenging, but they are passable. Jericho sits at the base of these routes, the last place to get water before climbing, the first place to find abundant water after descending. This makes Jericho a gateway, a threshold between the valley and the highlands, between two different ecological zones, between two different worlds. Traders, armies, pilgrims, anyone moving between these zones must pass through Jericho or make a significant detour to avoid it. The strategic value of this position has been recognized by every power that has controlled the region. Egyptians, Assyrians, Babylonians, Persians, Greeks, Romans, Byzantines, Arabs, Crusaders, Ottomans, British, all have understood that Jericho matters. Not because it is inherently powerful, not because it can field great armies or produce vast wealth, but because it sits where routes intersect, where anyone moving through the region must account for it. This is the geography of fate. Jericho's location ensured that it would be fought over, conquered, destroyed, and rebuilt repeatedly. The spring ensured that rebuilding was always possible, always attractive. Together, water and position created a city that could not be permanently abandoned, that would always draw people back, regardless of how many times it fell. Even when Jericho was destroyed so thoroughly that generations passed before anyone returned, the spring continued flowing, the location remained strategic, and eventually, inevitably, someone recognized the opportunity and began building again. This pattern, repeated across 10,000 years, created the tell. Each occupation added its layer, each destruction left its mark. Each abandonment allowed natural processes to add their contribution. The result is a mound that contains all of Jericho's history in compressed form, a physical manifestation of what happens when geography makes a place too valuable to remain empty. Other ancient cities have comparable tells, comparable accumulations of layered occupation, but few can match Jericho's depth of time, the sheer number of iterations of settlement at a single spot. This is because few places combine Jericho's advantages: permanent, abundant water in an arid region, strategic position at the intersection of major routes, climate that allows year-round agriculture, proximity to both valley and highland resources. If Jericho had not existed, it would have had to be invented. The region needed a settlement at exactly this spot, serving exactly these functions. That someone built the first houses here around 9600 BC is not surprising. What would be surprising is if no one had done so, if this obvious location had been ignored while people settled less favourable spots. But geography is not destiny in any simple sense. Location provides opportunities and constraints, creates possibilities and problems, but humans make choices about how to respond. Jericho could have remained a small village, taking advantage of the spring but never becoming a city. It could have been abandoned permanently after any of its many destructions. Its advantages judged insufficient to outweigh its vulnerabilities, that it kept returning, kept rebuilding, kept trying to make permanence work at this spot, reflects human stubbornness as much as geographical favourability. It reflects the human tendency to value place, to create attachment to specific locations, to believe that where we are matters and is worth defending. The people who lived at Jericho across the millennia made choices. They chose to stay rather than move on. They chose to rebuild rather than abandon. They chose to defend rather than surrender. They chose to invest enormous labour in walls and towers and irrigation systems, in creating infrastructure that would outlast any individual lifetime, so that would serve future generations. These choices, repeated across centuries, created the city. Geography provided the raw material, the basic advantages of water and position. Humans provided the will, the determination, the labour, the vision, and the combination produced Jericho, the oldest continuously inhabited spot on Earth, the place where humans first committed fully to permanence, where we first built walls and towers meant to last forever, where we first chose to bet everything on staying in one place rather than continuing the wandering existence that our species had practiced for hundreds of thousands of years. The spring still flows, the location remains strategic, and the tell rises from the valley floor. 20 metres of accumulated human effort, 20 metres of history compressed into earth and stone, waiting for anyone with questions to come and dig and marvel at what our ancestors accomplished at this spot where geography and human ambition met and together created something unprecedented. The city will be destroyed again, has been destroyed dozens of times already, and it will be rebuilt again, as it has been rebuilt dozens of times already, because geography is not destiny, but it is powerful. And at Jericho, geography ensures that this conversation between humans and place will continue as long as the spring flows. And people need water, and strategic position matters, and the impulse to stay in one place remains stronger than the dangers that staying creates. The spring flows, the city rises, and the cycle continues. Layers of time. Stand at the edge of one of the excavation trenches today, where archaeologists have cut through the tell like slicing into a layered cake, and you can see time made visible. Not time as we usually experience it, flowing invisibly forward, but time as a physical thing, stacked and compressed, each century distinguishable from the next by colour and texture, and the artefacts embedded within. At the top, the surface layer, barely a skin really, modern disturbance, recent erosion, the thin accumulation of the last few decades. Dusty brown, loose, containing nothing of significance except perhaps a plastic bottle cap or a scrap of newspaper, the ephemera of the present that will one day be archaeological evidence for future excavators wondering how we lived. Below that, Islamic period material, pottery sherds with distinctive glazes, coins stamped with Arabic script, fragments of buildings constructed during the Umayyad or Abbasid or Mamluk periods. The colours shift slightly, the soil darker here, where organic matter decomposed, lighter there, where ash from fires mixed with earth. Deeper still, Byzantine layers, Christian occupation, the remains of churches or monasteries or pilgrimage facilities. You can sometimes see where plaster fell from walls, creating distinct lines, or where foundations were dug through earlier material, cutting down through time, disturbing what lay below. Roman material comes next, recognizable by its pottery styles, its coins, its distinctive building techniques. Terra sigillata sherds, their red surfaces still showing the maker's stamps. Roof tiles, fragments of fresco that once decorated wealthy homes. The soil here is compact, hardened by centuries of pressure from the weight above. Then Hellenistic, Persian, Iron Age, each period marked by changing pottery styles, changing building methods, changing material culture. The deeper you go, the more compacted the layers become, pressed by the weight of everything that came after, turned almost to stone in places. Bronze Age material appears at depth. The mud brick of destroyed buildings baked red by fire, ash lenses showing where catastrophe struck, floors that people walked on 4,000 years ago, now buried under meters of later occupation. And at the bottom, deepest of all, the Neolithic layers. Pre-pottery Neolithic B, pre-pottery Neolithic A, reaching down toward bedrock, toward the original surface on which the first builders raised their first structures. Stone tools instead of metal. Plastered floors, burial pits. The plastered skulls with their shell eyes staring upward through the millennia. Each layer is thin, sometimes only centimeters thick, representing decades or centuries of human life. Each interface between layers marks a transition, sometimes gradual, sometimes catastrophic. Sometimes you can see the fire line, the destruction horizon, the moment when everything changed. Sometimes the transition is subtle, just a slight shift in soil color or pottery style, indicating that one generation gave way to another without drama. The trench walls, carefully cleaned and documented, become a kind of text, a document written in earth and stone and broken pottery. Archaeologists read this text, interpreting its grammar, translating its meaning, trying to understand what each layer reveals about the people who created it. Sunlight slants into the trench now, illuminating the stratification, making the different colors more distinct. Shadows emphasize the texture, the difference between compact clay and loose fill, between intact floor surfaces and jumbled collapse. It is beautiful, in an austere way, this cross-section through time, this exposure of what is usually hidden beneath our feet. Workers have left their tools leaning against the trench wall, trowels and brushes, buckets and wheelbarrows, the simple implements of archaeological excavation. Tomorrow they will return. We'll remove another few centimeters of soil. We'll screen it for artifacts. We'll record what they find in notebooks and photographs and digital databases. The work continues, patient and methodical, revealing Jericho one layer at a time. But for now, in the afternoon stillness, the trench simply exists, a window into the past, a reminder that everything we build upon was built upon something earlier, that the ground beneath our feet contains worlds upon worlds, that permanence is always relative, always temporary, always subject to being buried by what comes next. The dust settles slowly in the still air, the shadows lengthen, and the layers wait, patient as they have been for millennia, holding their secrets until someone with questions and tools comes to gently, carefully, respectfully ask what they have to tell. The tell today. Tel es Sultan sits quietly under the Middle Eastern sun, a mound among palm groves, visible but not imposing, significant but not dramatic. The spring still flows nearby, its water channeled into modern pipes and irrigation systems, but still essentially the same spring that has flowed for geological ages. A fence surrounds the archaeological site now, protecting it from casual disturbance, marking it as important, as worth preserving. A ticket booth at the entrance suggests that visitors are expected, though on many days, especially during the hot months, few come. The ancient city sleeps under its blanket of earth, stirring only when archaeologists arrive with their trowels and their questions. Walking paths wind across the tell, allowing visitors to see the major features without disturbing the archaeology. Small signs in Arabic, Hebrew, and English identify significant structures. Neolithic tower, Bronze Age wall, Herodian palace remains. The signs are weathered, their text fading, due for replacement, but still legible enough to guide the curious. The Neolithic tower is still impressive after 10,000 years. Its stone structure rises from the excavated area, the internal staircase visible, accessible, inviting visitors to climb, as people climbed in ancient times. Standing at the top, you can see the valley spreading around you, can understand why this spot was chosen, can feel the continuity between past and present. Excavation trenches scar the tell, deep cuts that expose the stratigraphy, that allow glimpses into the accumulated layers. Some trenches are recent, clean-walled, and carefully documented. Others date from Kenyon's work in the 1950s, their edges eroded, their depths partially filled with wind-blown soil. A few go back even further, to Garstang's excavations or earlier, their original purpose and findings now requiring archival research to understand. Archaeologists still work here, though not continuously. Excavation is expensive, requires funding and permits and expertise. Teams come for a season or two, dig carefully, document what they find, then depart, leaving the site to wait until the next round of funding can be secured. The next set of questions can be posed. Recent work has focused on refining the chronology, using new dating techniques to clarify when exactly different phases of occupation occurred. Old questions remain. Why was the Neolithic tower built? How extensive was the late Bronze Age occupation? What caused the various destructions? New questions emerge as methodology improves. What can we learn about ancient diet from chemical analysis of bones? How did climate change affect settlement patterns? What can DNA analysis tell us about the origins and movements of Jericho's inhabitants? The tell holds more secrets than have been revealed. Most of it remains unexcavated, protected beneath earth and vegetation, waiting. Archaeologists estimate that perhaps 10% of the site has been properly excavated. The rest remains untouched, unexplored, potentially containing evidence that could overturn current understandings or fill gaps in the historical record. But there is wisdom in patience, in not excavating everything at once. Methodology improves over time. Questions change. What seemed unimportant to excavators in the early 1900s might be crucial to modern researchers. By leaving most of the site unexcavated, by preserving it for future generations, with better tools and different questions, archaeologists show respect for the past and responsibility toward the future. Tourists who visit, when they visit, often seem unsure what to make of the tell. It does not look like much from ground level. A hill, some trenches, scattered stones. It lacks the obvious drama of Greek temples or Roman amphitheatres, the immediate visual impact of pyramids or medieval castles. You must understand what you are looking at to be impressed. You must know that these unassuming remains represent humanity's first experiment with urban life, that this mound contains 10,000 years of continuous human presence. Some visitors come with religious motivations, seeking the Jericho of Joshua, hoping to see where the walls fell. They are often disappointed when guides explain that the archaeology does not support the biblical narrative as literally understood, that the famous walls were not standing when Joshua would have arrived, but others find different meanings. See in the ancient city a testament to faith and persistence across millennia, recognize that truth can be layered and complex, rather than simple and singular. Others come purely out of historical interest, wanting to see the oldest city, to connect with the deep past, to stand where the Neolithic revolution happened. These visitors often spend longer at the site, studying the exposed architecture, reading the informational signs carefully, trying to imagine what life was like for people who had no metal tools, no pottery, no written language, yet managed to create a functioning urban community. School children sometimes visit on field trips, brought by teachers hoping to make history tangible, to show students that the past is not just words in textbooks, but physical places that still exist. The children run around the tell, climbing where allowed, shouting to each other across the trenches, not yet able to grasp the depth of time this place represents, but perhaps absorbing something nonetheless, some sense that the ground beneath their feet is thick with stories. As afternoon turns toward evening, the site empties. Guards lock the gates. The tell returns to quietness, to the sounds of birds in the palm trees, to the whisper of wind across ancient stones, to the distant murmur of the spring that has outlasted everything, that will outlast whatever comes next. The stars emerge, the same stars that Neolithic astronomers watched, that Bronze Age sentries used for timekeeping, that Roman soldiers cursed or blessed depending on their fortunes. The moon rises, illuminating the tell in silver light, casting shadows that emphasize the topography, that make the mounds seem to ripple like water frozen in time. And beneath everything, beneath the surface, quiet, and the patient waiting, 10,000 years of human experience lie compressed into earth, into stone, into the bones and artifacts and architecture that tell us who we were and help us understand who we are. The tell endures. The past waits. And tomorrow, or next week, or next year, someone will come with questions and tools and begin again the patient work of listening to what the earth has to say. Modern Jericho. A short distance from the ancient tell, modern Jericho spreads across the valley floor, a Palestinian city of approximately 20,000 people living their lives in the shadow of 10 millennia of history. The city exists in a complicated present, shaped by geography and politics, by the long conflict that has defined this region for generations, by the realities of occupation and resistance, hope and frustration. The spring still matters. Ain es-Sultan, that ancient source of life, continues to flow through the modern city, though now its water is distributed through pipes and irrigation systems rather than open channels. The palm groves remain, though much reduced from their ancient extent, still producing dates that are famous across the region. Agriculture continues to be important, though the economy has diversified over the centuries to include tourism, small manufacturing, services. The market in central Jericho pulses with life, much as markets have for thousands of years. Vendors sell produce, dates and citrus, vegetables grown in the fertile soil around the spring, herbs and spices. Others offer clothes, household goods, electronics, the mixture of traditional and modern that characterizes any contemporary Middle Eastern market. The languages spoken are Arabic primarily, with Hebrew and English appearing on signs and in shops that cater to tourists or Israeli customers. The call to prayer echoes from mosques 5 times daily, marking time in the Islamic manner, giving rhythm to the day. Most of Jericho's residents are Muslim, though Christian minorities exist, maintaining churches that are sometimes built on sites of ancient significance. The religious landscape has changed many times over the millennia, from the unknown beliefs of the Neolithic inhabitants through Canaanite religions, Israelite monotheism, Roman paganism, Christianity, and finally Islam, each leaving traces in the built environment and the cultural memory. Children go to school, learn Arabic and mathematics and history. They study the ancient city, learn that they live atop one of humanity's most important archaeological sites. Though the reality of ancient Jericho probably feels distant compared to the immediate concerns of homework and friends and family, some of these children will leave Jericho, seeking opportunities in larger cities or abroad. Others will stay, raising their own children in the same houses or neighborhoods where they grew up, maintaining the human presence that has existed here without interruption for so long. The political situation casts a shadow over daily life. Jericho is in the West Bank, part of the Palestinian territories that exist in a state of uncertain status, neither fully independent nor fully integrated into Israel. Checkpoints control movement in and out of the city. The Israeli occupation, which began in 1967, shapes every aspect of existence. What can be built, where people can travel, how the economy functions, who has power and who does not. This is not the place to delve deeply into the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, a tragedy of competing claims and mutual suffering that has persisted for over a century. But it cannot be ignored when speaking of modern Jericho, cannot be erased from the reality of people living here now. The ancient city belongs to everyone, to human heritage regardless of modern political boundaries. The modern city belongs to its current inhabitants, who deserve the same security and dignity that humans have sought since the first settlements were built. Despite the difficulties, life continues. Families gather for meals, friends meet at cafes to drink coffee and tea, to talk and laugh and complain about politics and weather and the things people everywhere talk about. Women shop in the market, bargaining over prices with the same determination their ancestors probably showed in Bronze Age markets. Men work in fields or shops or offices, making livings, supporting families, persisting through challenges. Tourists come, drawn by the ancient site, by the biblical associations, by the simple fact that Jericho advertises itself as the oldest city in the world. Hotels and restaurants cater to these visitors, providing employment, bringing money into the local economy. Tour buses arrive and depart, their passengers spending a few hours at the Tell and the associated sites before moving on to other destinations. Some tourists are pilgrims, coming to see the places mentioned in Scripture. The sycamore tree, where Zacchaeus supposedly climbed to see Jesus, though surely not the original tree but a descendant or replacement, is marked and visited. The Mount of Temptation, where Jesus fasted for 40 days according to the Gospels, looms over the city, accessible by cable car, a Greek Orthodox monastery clinging to its slopes. These religious sites bring Christian pilgrims from around the world, adding their presence to the mix of people who come to Jericho for various reasons. The cable car, bright and modern, seems incongruous against the ancient landscape, but it serves a purpose, making the mountain accessible to those who cannot or will not climb its steep paths. From the top, the view is extraordinary, the valley spreading below, the Dead Sea visible in the distance, the mountains of Moab beyond, Jerusalem's hills to the west. It is a view that connects geography and history, that helps visitors understand why this valley has mattered for so long, why people have fought over it, settled it, returned to it again and again. In the evenings, as the heat of day fades, families emerge to sit outside, to enjoy the cooler air, to let children play in streets or courtyards. The pace slows, conversations stretch out, the day's work is done, and the night offers respite before tomorrow brings its own demands. Modern Jericho is not wealthy. The economy struggles. Opportunities are limited. Young people often feel trapped, caught between the constraints of occupation and the lack of alternatives. But there is also resilience, the kind of resilience that comes from living in a place whose history teaches that destruction is never final, that rebuilding is always possible, that continuity matters more than any single generation's experience. The spring flows through it all, unchanged and unchanging, providing water, as it always has, connecting modern residents to every previous generation that lived by its banks. When people in Jericho drink water, eat dates from the palm groves, irrigate their fields, they participate in practices that are thousands of years old, that link them directly to the Neolithic farmers and Bronze Age merchants and Herodian aristocrats who did the same things in the same place. This continuity, this connection across time, is perhaps Jericho's greatest gift to its current inhabitants. They are not just living in a city, they are continuing a story that has been told for 10,000 years, that will continue for however long humans need water, and this spring continues to flow. They are the latest chapter in the oldest continuous urban narrative in human history, and that matters, Even when daily life is difficult, even when politics intrudes, even when the future seems uncertain. To live in Jericho is to participate in something larger than yourself, larger than your generation, larger than any empire or kingdom or nation that has ever controlled the city. It is to be part of a human story that began when civilization itself began, that connects you to the very roots of urban life, that makes you a steward of heritage that belongs to all humanity. The sun sets. Lights come on in houses and shops. The city transitions from day to night, as it has done every evening for 10,000 years. And tomorrow, the sun will rise again, the spring will flow again, and the people of Jericho will wake to continue the story. One more day added to 10 million days that have already been lived in this extraordinary, ancient, enduring place. Pilgrims and seekers. She stands before the tell in the early morning light, a woman perhaps 60 years old, wearing comfortable walking shoes and a hat against the sun. Her hands clasp a worn Bible, its pages marked with notes and highlights, its cover soft from years of handling. She has travelled from America to be here, has saved for this trip, has dreamed of it for decades. This is Jericho, the city where Joshua fought the battle, where the walls came tumbling down, where God demonstrated his power and faithfulness to Israel. She has read the story countless times, has sung the spiritual, has taught it to children in Sunday school. Now she stands where it happened, and tears prick her eyes. A guide approaches, a young Palestinian man named Omar, who has learned to navigate the complicated space between faith and archaeology, between what visitors expect and what the evidence shows. He has given this tour dozens of times, knows all the spots where people want to photograph, has memorized the relevant Bible verses, along with the archaeological facts that sometimes contradict them. This is the tell, he says gently, the ancient mound, many layers of the city, going back 10,000 years. Where are the walls? She asks. The walls that fell? Omar has learned to answer this question carefully. Some guides simply show tourists whatever walls are visible and let them believe what they want to believe. Omar tries for something more honest, though he knows it often disappoints. The walls you can see are very ancient, he says, from the Bronze Age, before the time when Joshua would have lived. The archaeology shows that when Joshua would have arrived, the city was small, maybe just a village. The big walls were already gone. He watches her face, sees the confusion, the beginning of disappointment. This is the moment when he must decide how far to push, how much reality to introduce into faith. But, he adds quickly, the walls were here once, very impressive walls. They fell, maybe in an earthquake, maybe destroyed by enemies. The ruins would have been visible for centuries. When the story of Joshua was written down, people knew that Jericho had once had great walls, that those walls had fallen. The story remembers something true, even if the timing is different than we thought. She considers this, her fingers tight on her Bible. This is not what she expected, not what she wanted to hear, but she is not young, has lived long enough to know that truth can be complicated, that faith and fact do not always align perfectly, that God can work through stories, even when those stories are not literal history. Can I pray here? She asks. Of course, Omar says. Many people pray here. She bows her head, and he steps away, giving her privacy. Her lips move silently, her Bible pressed to her chest. What she prays for, he does not know. Perhaps thanksgiving for the journey, perhaps for understanding, perhaps simply for the presence of the divine in this place that has meant so much to her faith tradition. When she finishes, she opens her eyes and looks at him with a gentle smile. Thank you, she says. Thank you for your honesty. It's still amazing to be here, even if it's not exactly what I imagined. They walk together across the tell, and he shows her the Neolithic tower, the excavation trenches, the springs still flowing after all these centuries. He tells her about the earliest inhabitants, about the pre-pottery Neolithic, about people who built a city before writing existed. Her interest grows as she realizes how deep the history goes, how this place represents something even more ancient and fundamental than the biblical narrative. It's like, she says slowly, like this place was always holy, always important, for thousands of years before Joshua, before Israel, before any of the stories I know. People have been coming to this spring, building their lives here, for longer than I can really understand. Yes, Omar says, pleased that she has grasped this. Jericho is bigger than any one story. It belongs to everyone who has ever lived here, every religion that has claimed it, every person who comes seeking connection to the past. She nods, looking out over the valley. I came looking for Joshua, she says, but I found something else, something older and maybe more mysterious. They stand in companionable silence for a moment. This American Christian pilgrim and this Palestinian Muslim guide, connected by their shared humanity, by their presence in this place that has witnessed so much of human history. Will you take my picture? She asks finally, holding out her phone. He does, capturing her smiling in front of the ancient stones, her Bible still in hand, but her expression now containing something more complex than simple faith. Something that includes wonder and perhaps a touch of humility before the vastness of time this place represents. She will go home, will show the pictures to her church, will talk about Jericho, and perhaps she will tell them what Omar told her, will help them understand that the story can be true and complicated at the same time, that archaeology does not destroy faith, but deepens it, makes it richer, connects it to the actual earth and stones and human experience, rather than leaving it abstract and ungrounded. Or perhaps not. Perhaps she will simply say she went to Jericho, saw where the walls fell, and felt close to God. That is true too, in its own way. Faith does not always need to account for every archaeological fact. Sometimes the meaning matters more than the mechanism, the spiritual truth more than the historical details. Omar watches her walk toward the exit, on her way to the next site, the next biblical location, continuing her pilgrimage. He has another tour group arriving soon. We'll repeat the same information. We'll navigate the same complicated space between honouring beliefs and sharing what archaeology reveals. But for now, in the quiet moment before the next arrivals, he stands on the tell and looks at the land he knows so well. His own ancestors probably lived here, centuries ago, or perhaps longer. He is part of the continuity, part of the story that continues to be written, and every visitor, every pilgrim, every seeker who comes to Jericho adds their own verse to that ongoing story, their own meaning to this ancient place. The sun climbs higher, the day's heat begins to build, and the tell waits, patient and silent, holding its truths for anyone willing to listen, to look, to stand in wonder before the depth of time contained in its accumulated layers. What the walls meant, the walls rose to protect, to separate, to define, but in protecting, they also imprisoned. In separating, they also isolated. In defining, they also limited. This is the paradox at the heart of every fortification, every border, every barrier that humans have ever built. We create them from necessity, but live with their constraints, celebrate them as security, but chafe against their restrictions. The walls of Jericho kept enemies out. That was their purpose, their justification, their reason for existence, the massive labour invested in their construction, the constant maintenance they required, the resources devoted to their upkeep. All of this made sense only if the walls provided security sufficient to outweigh their costs. And they did, for centuries at a time. Life inside walls was different from life outside them, safer in important ways, more predictable, more able to support the complex social organisation that characterises urban civilization. Without walls, Bronze Age cities were naked, vulnerable, unable to store wealth, unable to develop beyond a certain point. But walls create psychology, as well as protection. When you live inside walls, you think differently about the world. Everything beyond the walls becomes outside, becomes other, becomes potentially dangerous, even when it is not. The walls train you to see the world in binary terms, inside and outside, us and them, safe and unsafe. This binary thinking has consequences. It makes strangers into threats. It makes difference into danger. It makes the people inside the walls see themselves as fundamentally separate from the people outside, even when they share language, culture, ancestry. The walls create identity as much as they create security. And once built, walls are hard to remove. Even when the immediate threat passes, even when peace returns, the walls remain. They become part of the city's identity, part of its self-image. To tear them down would be to admit they were never needed, to question the sacrifices made to build them, to reimagine the city in ways that might be uncomfortable or dangerous. So walls tend to stay, to be maintained long after their military utility has diminished, to be rebuilt even when reconstruction makes little strategic sense. They persist because they mean something beyond their practical function, because they embody the city's fear and pride and determination to remain separate from the chaos beyond. Jericho's walls told the world, "We are here, we are permanent, we are worth protecting," they said. "This city matters enough that we will move mountains of stone to defend it." They said, "We are not like the wandering peoples, the temporary settlements, the communities that can be brushed aside. We are solid, substantial, enduring." But they also said, "We are afraid. Afraid enough to spend generations building these defenses, afraid enough to commit enormous resources to protection, afraid enough that we would rather live enclosed than open, rather accept confinement than risk exposure." Both messages are true. Both are part of what walls mean, what they have always meant: security and fear, pride and vulnerability, permanence and the desperate hope that permanence is possible, all coexist in every defensive structure humans have ever built. The walls of Jericho fell, more than once, proving that no barrier is absolute, no protection is perfect, no wall is strong enough to withstand every threat. But each time they fell, someone eventually rebuilt them, proving that humans need walls, or believe we need them, that the psychological comfort of enclosure outweighs the historical evidence that enclosure is temporary. We still build walls. Our technologies have changed, but the impulse remains. Nations erect borders. Communities gate themselves. Individuals create barriers, physical and psychological, to keep the dangerous world at bay. We tell ourselves these barriers are necessary, that they protect us, that without them we would be vulnerable to forces we cannot control. And we are not entirely wrong. The world can be dangerous. Threats are real. Security matters. But every wall comes with costs, visible and invisible, practical and psychological. Every barrier that keeps danger out also keeps possibility out, keeps connection out, keeps the full experience of human diversity and complexity at a distance. The challenge for us, as it was for the ancient inhabitants of Jericho, is to balance security with openness, to protect what matters without imprisoning ourselves, to build barriers that serve us without being served by them, without becoming defined by them, without letting them become more important than what they were meant to protect. Jericho's walls are gone now, most of them collapsed or eroded or deliberately dismantled for building materials. What remains are foundations, fragments, archaeological evidence of what once stood. The tell itself is the city's true wall now, the accumulated layers of history that separate past from present, but also connect them, that create distance, but also continuity. And the spring flows, as it always has, caring nothing for walls or their absence, for boundaries or their dissolution. Water flows where it will, ignoring human attempts to control and channel it. serving whoever has the wit to drink from it, regardless of what walls they live behind, or whether they live behind walls at all. Perhaps that is the final lesson of Jericho's walls, that what truly sustains us, what makes life possible, cannot be enclosed or protected by barriers. The spring would flow whether the city existed or not, whether walls stood or fell, whether humans were present or absent. The essential things, the things that actually matter for survival and flourishing, persist beyond our attempts to control them, outlast our fortifications, remain available to all who know where to look and how to accept them. The walls meant something in their time. They mean something still, as ruins, as memories, as symbols of human ambition and fear. But what they meant then and what they mean now are not the same. Meaning changes, walls fall, and the spring flows on, indifferent and eternal, offering life to whoever comes seeking it, asking nothing except recognition of the gift. The archaeology continues. The trowels scrape gently against earth, revealing what has been hidden for millennia. It is patient work, careful work, the opposite of the dramatic discoveries that capture public imagination. Most archaeological excavation is mundane, brushing soil, photographing layers, measuring depths, recording contexts, screening for artifacts. For every spectacular find, there are hundreds of hours of methodical labor that produces nothing more exciting than pottery sherds and soil samples. But this is how knowledge is built. Slowly, carefully, one small revelation at a time. The current excavation at Tel es-Sultan, led by Lorenzo Negro and Niccolo Marchetti, with teams from the Italian-Palestinian Cooperative Project, focuses on refining what previous excavators established. Kenyon's chronology is essentially correct, but there are always details to clarify, questions to answer, interpretations to test. New technologies help. Ground-penetrating radar can detect buried structures without excavation, allowing archaeologists to plan their work more efficiently to target areas likely to yield important information. Drones photograph the site from above, creating detailed topographic maps that reveal subtle features invisible from ground level. Three-dimensional modeling reconstructs how buildings originally looked, helping researchers visualize what fragmentary walls and floors once formed. Chemical analysis of soils provides information about ancient environments, about what plants grew, what animals lived, how people modified the landscape. Strontium isotope analysis of bones and teeth can reveal where people grew up, allowing researchers to track migration and identify outsiders who came to live in Jericho from other regions. DNA analysis is beginning to reveal population movements and relationships between groups in ways that pottery styles and building techniques never could. Each summer, when excavation season arrives, the Tell comes alive with activity. Students and volunteers from universities around the world arrive, eager to participate in excavating one of humanity's most important sites. They learn the basics of archaeological method, how to dig stratigraphically, how to identify different soil layers, how to recognize and handle artifacts. They work in the trenches under the hot sun, filling buckets with earth, sifting for small finds, recording everything meticulously. In the evenings, they clean and catalogue what has been found during the day. Pottery sherds are washed, dried, sorted by type and period. Small finds, the objects that are not pottery or bone, receive special attention. Beads, stone tools, metal objects, anything that can provide information about how people lived. Drawings are made, photographs taken, database entries created. The artifacts are not just things, but data, information that must be recorded and preserved for future researchers. At night, in the field house where the team stays, there are discussions about what has been found, debates about interpretation, excitement when something unexpected emerges. Archaeology is collective work, dependent on many people contributing their expertise, challenging each other's assumptions, working together toward better understanding. And there are still surprises, still discoveries that change or refine what is known. In recent years, excavations have revealed more about the pre-pottery Neolithic settlement than Kenyon was able to document. New areas of the Bronze Age city have been exposed. The Herodian Palace complex continues to yield information about construction techniques and architectural planning. One of the ongoing questions concerns the Neolithic wall and tower. Why were they built? The defensive explanation seems inadequate given the tower's design. The flood control explanation has merit, but is hard to prove. Some researchers now suggest astronomical or ritual purposes, noting that the tower's orientation aligns with summer solstice, sunset, and with a prominent peak in the Judean hills. If this alignment is intentional, it would suggest that the Neolithic inhabitants of Jericho had sophisticated astronomical knowledge and invested enormous labour in creating a monument that marked celestial events. But proving such interpretations is difficult. The builders left no written explanations. The tower itself cannot tell us its purpose. We can measure its alignment, note the apparent correlation with astronomical phenomena, observe its placement in the settlement. But whether these observations reflect intention or coincidence remains debatable. This is one of archaeology's fundamental challenges. We can describe what we find, but explaining why people built or used or modified what they built requires inference, interpretation, educated, guessing based on comparative evidence from other sites and cultures. Sometimes we are probably right, sometimes we are certainly wrong, and sometimes, for many questions, we will simply never know with certainty. Yet the work continues because even partial knowledge is valuable. Even uncertain answers are better than complete ignorance. Each season of excavation adds to the accumulated data, increases the sample size, provides more basis for interpretation. Each new technology offers ways to extract information that previous methods could not access. Each new generation of archaeologists brings fresh perspectives, asks different questions, challenges established interpretations. Jericho will never be fully excavated. The tell is too large, the resource requirements too great, the need to preserve areas for future investigation too important. But each project, each season, each carefully excavated square meter adds to human understanding of this place, and therefore to understanding of our collective past. Because Jericho is not just a Palestinian site, or a Middle Eastern site, or even just an archaeological site. It is a human heritage site, important to everyone, because it documents the beginning of something fundamental to our species. The shift from mobile to sedentary life, the invention of cities, the creation of complex societies that would eventually produce everything we recognize as civilization. The students digging in the trenches, the researchers analyzing pottery, the specialists studying bones and soils and architecture, they are all participating in a long conversation about who we were and therefore who we are. They are asking the earth to speak, to tell its stories, to reveal what has been hidden, and slowly, patiently, one layer at a time, the earth answers. 10,000 years. Try to hold 10,000 years in your mind. You cannot, not really. Human consciousness is not built for such spans. We understand days and weeks easily, months and years with some effort, decades if we have lived them or heard their stories from those who did. But centuries blend together. Millennia become abstraction. 10,000 years is not a number we can meaningfully grasp. 400 generations, roughly. Picture your grandfather. Now picture his grandfather. Now picture that man's grandfather. Keep going, backward through time. Each generation about 25 years. Each one a person who lived and loved and worried and hoped, who knew the texture of their particular moment, but could not see where their lineage would lead. 400 of these chains of grandfathers, stretching back to the pre-pottery Neolithic, to people who knew no metal, no pottery, no writing, but who knew how to plant seeds and build houses, and organized community life in ways that worked, that lasted, that became the foundation for everything that followed. Or think of it another way. 10,000 years ago is as far back from the building of the Egyptian pyramids as the pyramids are back from us. The pyramids are ancient to us, distant, separated by vast stretches of time. Yet Jericho was ancient when the pyramids were new, was already thousands of years old, already had a history longer than the entire span, from pyramid building to the present day. All this, if you stacked one day atop another, making each day a page in a book, 10,000 years would require a stack of books 30 feet high. Every page a day someone woke at Jericho, went about their business, returned to sleep. Every page containing meals and conversations, work and rest, births and deaths, the ordinary, extraordinary business of human life. 30 feet of pages, of days, of individual moments that accumulated into history. The mind cannot hold this. It slides away, becomes number rather than experience, abstraction rather than reality. We know it intellectually, but do not feel it, cannot feel it, are not equipped to feel it. But standing on the tell, feeling the earth beneath your feet, knowing that 20 meters down is the original surface where the first builders worked, you can perhaps touch something of this depth. Not understand it fully, but touch it, sense it, feel the weight of all those accumulated days and lives and choices pressing upward through the soil. Every person who has ever lived at Jericho, from the first Natufian hunter-gatherers who camped by the spring to the current residents of the modern city, is part of a single continuous story. The threads connect across the centuries, sometimes obvious, sometimes invisible, but never completely broken. Language changed, religion changed, technology changed, but the spring flowed throughout, and wherever the spring flowed, people eventually returned, drawn by the same fundamental needs that drew the first settlers: water, security, the possibility of permanence in an impermanent world. 10,000 years of spring flowing, 10,000 years of seeds planted and harvests gathered, 10,000 years of children born, growing, aging, dying, their children continuing the cycle, 10,000 years of walls built and walls falling, of cities rising from ruins, of human persistence in the face of every reason to give up and move on. The individual days dissolve into this longer span, lose their distinctness, and become part of the flow. What seemed vital to people living specific moments, what they worried about or celebrated or fought over, mostly vanishes into obscurity. We remember the exceptional, the major destructions, the building of great walls, the conquests and transformations, the ordinary days, the peaceful succession of seasons, the quiet accumulation of normal life. These leave few traces, are invisible to archaeology, exist only in aggregate, in the slow build-up of layers that mark periods of stability and continuity. But these ordinary days were most of what Jericho was. Not the dramatic moments, but the undramatic ones. Not the crises, but the quiet persistence. Not the great events, but the small daily choices to stay, to plant, to build, to continue. 10,000 years of ordinary days. 10,000 years of extraordinary achievement hidden in ordinariness. 10,000 years of the human experiment with permanence, playing out in one place, creating the template that other cities would follow, establishing the patterns that urban life still follows today. We live in cities now, most of us. We take urban life for granted, assume it is natural, inevitable, the obvious way for humans to organize ourselves. But it is not natural, not inevitable. It is a choice, repeated every generation, to live in concentrated populations, to specialize our labor, to depend on systems and infrastructure and collective organization, rather than individual self-sufficiency. Jericho made that choice first, or if not absolutely first, then so early that the distinction barely matters. The people of pre-pottery Neolithic Jericho committed to permanence when the cost and benefit of that commitment were unknown, when there were no models to follow, no proof that it would work, no certainty that staying was wiser than wandering. They stayed, and 10,000 years later, people are still staying, still making the same basic commitment to place over mobility, to building over moving, to permanence over flexibility. 10,000 years. The number cannot be grasped, but its implications can be felt, can be honoured, can be remembered as we walk the earth under the same sun that warmed the first builders. Drink water from the same spring that quenched their thirst, stand in the same valley where they stood and chose to stay forever. The first city. What does it mean to be first? To do something no humans have ever done, to cross a threshold beyond which everything changes, to initiate a transformation so profound that the world will never be the same. The people who built the first permanent settlement at Jericho did not know they were first. They could not have known, could not have conceived of themselves as initiating a revolution, starting something that would spread across the world and define human civilization for all the millennia to follow. They were solving immediate problems: how to secure reliable food, how to protect their families, how to create stability in an unstable world. Their concerns were practical, local, grounded in the specific circumstances of the Jordan Valley in the 10th millennium BC. They were not thinking about abstractions like urban revolution or Neolithic transformation or the beginning of civilization, but in solving their immediate problems through the specific solution of staying in one place. They changed everything. Before Jericho, humans were mobile. We had been mobile for hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps for our entire existence as a species. We followed game, followed seasons, followed water and edible plants, moving constantly, carrying everything we owned, investing nothing in permanence because permanence was impossible. This mobility shaped how we thought, how we organized ourselves, how we understood the world. The past was what we remembered. The future was the next season, the next camp, the next source of food. Identity was the band you traveled with, the family you were born into, the small group of perhaps 50 people who formed your entire world. Possessions were limited to what you could carry. Complexity was constrained by mobility. The decision to stay, to commit to one place for all seasons, for all years, for generations, broke this pattern completely. Suddenly, the past could be written into the landscape, could be preserved in buildings that would stand for lifetimes, in burial sites that accumulated generations, in boundaries and fields and structures that embodied memory in physical form. The future expanded beyond the next season to include harvests, years ahead, buildings that would shelter grandchildren, walls that would protect descendants not yet born. Identity shifted from the mobile band to the settled community. You were not just your family but your city. Your relationships extended beyond immediate kin to include neighbours, to encompass the entire community that shared the settlement, that depended on each other for defence and infrastructure and collective labour. Possessions could accumulate because you did not need to carry them. Storage became possible. Wealth became possible. Inequality became possible because some could accumulate more than others, could control resources, could command labour. Specialisation became possible because not everyone needed to secure their own food. Some could focus on pottery, others on stone tools, others on administration or religious duties, or any of the dozens of specialised roles that complex societies require. All of this flowed from the simple choice to stay. Jericho did not invent agriculture. The domestication of plants and animals was happening across the Fertile Crescent during these centuries, a process involving many communities, many experiments, many failures and successes. But Jericho combined sedentism with agriculture more successfully and more permanently than most other places, created a model of permanent settlement that worked well enough to last for millennia. Other communities made similar choices during this period. The Neolithic revolution was not a single event, but a wave of change spreading across the Near East. Each community adapting the basic insights to their particular circumstances, each solving the problems of permanent settlement in their own way. But Jericho came early in this wave. Jericho showed that permanence was possible, that cities could work, that humans could live together in large groups year-round without exhausting resources or dissolving into conflict. And Jericho's longevity, its 10,000 years of continuous or near-continuous occupation, proved that the model was sustainable, that the choice to stay was not just viable but durable. This is what it means to be the first city, or among the first. Not just chronological priority, though that matters, but proof of concept, demonstration that urban life works, that it can be sustained, that it is worth the costs and constraints it imposes. Every city since Jericho has followed the template that Jericho established, whether the people building those cities knew about Jericho or not. The basic pattern, the fundamental commitment to permanence, the decision to concentrate population and specialize labor and invest in infrastructure. These elements are present in every urban settlement from ancient Uruk to modern Tokyo. We are all inheritors of what Jericho began. Everyone who lives in a city, who depends on systems rather than personal knowledge to survive, who specializes in particular work rather than providing for all their own needs, who thinks of themselves as belonging to a place rather than being perpetually mobile, is following the path that Jericho opened. The people who made this choice did not know what they were starting. They could not have imagined the world that would grow from their decision. They were just trying to survive, to create security, to make life better for themselves and their children. But their solution to their particular problems became humanity's solution, became the foundation for civilization in all its glory and all its problems, became the way we live now. The first city, the oldest city, the city that showed it could be done, that permanence was possible, that humans could stay in one place and not just survive but thrive, building structures and systems and identities that would outlast any individual lifetime, that would persist for millennia, that would change what it means to be human. Jericho gave us cities, and cities gave us everything else. Writing and art, science and philosophy, specialized knowledge and accumulated learning, all the complexity and achievement and problems of civilization. It all flows, ultimately, from the choice to stay, the choice first made successfully and permanently at this spring, in this valley, 10,000 years ago. The spring still flows. Aina Sultan rises from the earth as it has risen for ages beyond counting. The water emerges, cool and clear from between rocks, gathers in pools that have been shaped and reshaped by human hands across millennia, flows through channels into the parched landscape, bringing life wherever it reaches. Listen to it. The sound is gentle, constant, a liquid murmur that fills the air around the spring with its presence. It is a sound that has been heard by everyone who ever lived at Jericho, from Neolithic mothers washing grain to Bronze Age sentries on night watch, from Herodian slaves maintaining palace gardens to modern Palestinian farmers irrigating their fields. The sound has not changed. Water sounds like water, always has, always will. This particular water, flowing from this particular spring, makes the same music it made 10,000 years ago, will make the same music 10,000 years hence, if humans still exist to hear it. The spring does not care about human history. It does not know about cities or walls, about conquests or destructions, about archaeology or biblical narratives. It simply flows, doing what springs do, governed by geology and hydrology, by the physics of water moving through porous rock, by natural processes that operated before humans existed and will operate after we are gone. Yet the spring has shaped human history more than any human ever shaped the spring. Its presence made Jericho inevitable. Its flow sustained every civilization that rose at this spot. Its permanence gave humans the confidence to commit to permanence themselves, to plant seeds knowing water would come, to build houses knowing families could remain. The spring is older than the city, older than agriculture, older than pottery or metal or writing or any human innovation. It was flowing when the first hunter-gatherers discovered it, when they marveled at the reliable water in a land where water is precious, when they began returning season after season because this resource was too valuable to abandon. It will be flowing when the current city is gone, when whatever comes next has replaced what exists now, when the long experiment with urban life at Jericho has run its course or transformed into something unrecognizable. The spring does not depend on humans. Humans depend on the spring. Look at the water. Watch how it moves, clear and purposeful, flowing toward the Dead Sea as it has flowed for geological ages. See how the light catches it, making it sparkle in the sun, how shadows fall across it as palm fronds move in the breeze. This is the same light, the same water, the same movement that has been happening here since long before human eyes were present to witness it. The water knows nothing of history, yet it contains all history. Every drop that flows today will evaporate, will rise into the sky, will return as rain somewhere, sometime, continuing the hydrologic cycle that has been operating since Earth first had oceans. Some of these water molecules may have fallen as rain on the first Neolithic fields, may have been drunk by Bronze Age soldiers, may have cooled Herodian aristocrats in their bathing pools. Water is endlessly recycled, endlessly renewed, ancient and fresh at the same time. The spring taps into this deep reservoir, into water that has been underground for years or decades or centuries, filtered through limestone, emerging pure and drinkable, gifting life to this spot where life would otherwise struggle to exist. Around the spring, vegetation flourishes in a circle of green against the brown desert. Date palms lift their fronds toward the sky, their roots reaching deep to tap the water table. Grass grows thick where water reaches. Reeds cluster at the spring's outlet. Birds come to drink and bathe, their songs adding to the spring's murmur, their presence a sign of the life that water makes possible. This is an oasis in the truest sense, an island of life in a sea of aridity, a refuge, a gift from deep earth to surface dwellers, a promise that even in harsh landscapes, abundance is possible if water flows. The spring has no awareness, no intention, no purpose beyond the physical necessity of water, seeking its level, finding the path of least resistance, moving from pressure toward release. Yet it has accomplished more than most humans will ever accomplish. It has sustained a city for 10,000 years. It has supported hundreds of thousands of human lives, maybe millions across the full span. It has enabled the first experiments with agriculture and urbanization, the first walls and towers, the first commitment to permanence that would define our species. The spring is humble in its greatness, modest in its achievement. It does not boast or claim credit. It simply flows, offering its gift to whoever comes to drink, asking nothing in return except recognition, except use, except the acknowledgement that water is life, and life depends on water. As evening approaches, as shadows lengthen across the valley, the spring continues its work. The light shifts from gold to amber to purple. The air cools slightly, losing the day's fierce heat. The spring flows through it all, indifferent to time of day, to season, to human concerns. It flowed before we came. It flows as we are here. It will flow after we depart. This is permanence, not the permanence of cities or walls or civilizations, all of which rise and fall, endure for a time, then dissolve back into the earth from which they came. But the permanence of water finding its path, of natural systems operating according to their own deep logic, of the earth providing what the earth provides, asking only that we recognize the gift and use it wisely. The spring still flows. The spring will always flow, or at least will flow until geology itself changes, until the aquifer is depleted, or the fault lines shift, or some transformation so profound occurs that the entire system on which the spring depends is altered. Until then, the water rises, the water flows, the water gives life. And wherever water flows, wherever life is possible, humans will eventually come, will build, will stay. Will create their cities and their stories, their walls, and their dreams of permanence. The spring makes it all possible. The spring asks nothing in return. The spring simply flows, eternal and ephemeral, ancient and ever new, the beginning of everything, the constant beneath all change. Listen, the water is speaking. It has been speaking for 10,000 years. It will speak for 10,000 more. The message is simple, profound, unchanging. Here is life, here is water, here is the gift. Come and drink, build your cities, live your lives. The spring will be here, flowing through it all, waiting patiently for whoever comes next, offering its ancient gift to the eternal human need. The spring still flows, and as long as it flows, Jericho will endure, in one form or another, forever. We have travelled far tonight, from the deep past to the present, from the first roundhouses to the modern city, from pre-pottery Neolithic walls to the ruins visible today. We have stood with those who made the revolutionary choice to stay in one place, who built the first city, who committed to permanence when permanence was untested and uncertain. Jericho has taught us something about time, about persistence, about the human capacity to build and rebuild, to endure destruction and return, to commit to place despite every reason to move on. It has taught us that civilization begins with simple choices, with the decision to plant seeds and wait for harvest, with the determination to build walls and maintain them, with the faith that the spring will keep flowing and life will continue. The city has fallen more times than we can count, has been abandoned and resettled, destroyed and rebuilt, burned and risen from its ashes. Yet it persists, not because any single iteration was indestructible, but because the location demands habitation, because the spring ensures possibility, because humans need water, and this spring provides it, unfailing and eternal. We are all inheritors of what Jericho began. Every city we live in, every urban convenience we enjoy, every specialized skill we master, traces its lineage back to that first commitment to permanence, to the revolutionary choice made beside the spring 10,000 years ago. I'm grateful you've joined me in visiting these distant memories. The spring flows as it has always flowed, will flow as long as geology allows. The tell stands patient and silent, holding its 10,000 years of human experience in accumulated layers, waiting for future archaeologists to continue the questioning, the digging, the careful interpretation of what remains. Modern Jericho continues its story, adding new chapters to the oldest urban narrative in human history. The people who live there now are part of the continuity, stewards of heritage that belongs to all humanity, keepers of the spring that makes everything possible. As we leave Jericho, as we return from the past to the present, carry with you the knowledge that permanence is possible but never certain, that building is an act of faith as much as engineering, that the choices we make about where and how to live echo across generations, shaping futures we will never see. The walls rose and fell. The cities endured. The spring flowed through it all, offering its ancient gift to every generation that came seeking water, seeking security, seeking a place to stay forever. Rest well beneath the starlit skies of ancient nights.